Let's get straight into it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media Man. I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, you guys, we got a good little lineup here. We got President Trump signing some executive orders, and we got the ex-VP, well, Trump's ex-VP on CNN. So this should be a good one tonight. All right, guys, make sure we double tap the screen. Boom, boom. Let's get right to it.
It's exciting with the NFL, right? Well, thank you very much. We have some important signings today and some important statements to make about what we're doing in the world of medicine with Bobby and the group. And maybe will do something which will be very enlightening, and I think people are going to like it. But it was a little gift that's being presented. So, Will, do you want to take over?
Yes, sir. So earlier today, the House of Representatives transmitted this over for you. This is a record of the Electoral College votes in the 2024 election. It shows your total of 312 votes. And the letter opener at the bottom of this frame display is actually one of the letter openers that was used to open the electoral votes during the counting.
That's great. How many votes did the other side get?
Less than you, sir. Significantly.
By how much?
I don't want to get this wrong. It was 226.
Oh. But the news said it was going to be the other way around. Right?
The news said it was going to be a lot
closer.
closer.
No, they said that it was going to be a lot closer than that. It wasn't close. So 312 to 226, that's pretty good. Okay, that's good. Thank you. I thank them for me. That's very nice.
Yes, sir. We'll tell the speaker. We have a number of executive orders for your attention today, sir. The first relates to gain-of-function research. Gain-of-function research is a type of biomedical research where pathogens are adulterated, viruses are adulterated to make them more potent or to change the way that they function. Many people believe that gain-of-function research was one of the key causes of the COVID pandemic that struck us in the last decade. What this executive order does, first of all, it provides powerful new tools to enforce the ban on federal funding for gain-of-function research abroad. It also strengthens other oversight mechanisms related to that issue and creates an overarching strategy to ensure that biomedical research in general is being conducted safely and in a way that ultimately protects human health more.
I mean, yeah, it was supposed to have been stopped, but apparently instead of stopping it, we kind of just moved it over to China and just continued with operations. And now look where we are today. If they'd have just stopped it while we said stop doing it in the homeland, instead of just transferring it over to China, well, we kind of wouldn't be here right now.
It's a big deal. Could have been that we wouldn't have had the problem we had.
Right? A lot of people say that, sir.
If we had this done earlier. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Many actions that you've taken so far in this administration, sir, are related to onshoring manufacturing and onshoring supply chains. One of the most important supply chain issues we currently face as a country is our pharmaceutical supply chain. This is an executive order intended to promote domestic manufacturing of pharmaceuticals. It streamlines the permitting processes that go into building domestic pharmaceutical manufacturing sites. It centers a lot of the environmental permitting process, which is quite significant within the EPA, and it takes other actions designed to ensure that we're bringing pharmaceutical jobs and pharmaceutical manufacturing back to the United States of America.
Okay, good. That's what it's all about, right? Very important.
Yeah, I mean, that is very crucial. It is best that we make our pharmaceuticals here in America than instead in Ireland or China. Yeah, I mean, it's best it's here, and just in case anything happens, we don't have to rely on another country to send in, medication that our, citizens would need.
We're going to have a big announcement next week on some of this kind of thing, but more related to costs, the costs of medicines and drugs, because we're being ripped off, as you know, very badly, being ripped off compared to the rest of the world. Go ahead.
Next, we have a series of proclamations for your attention, sir. This is a proclamation declaring National Mental Health Awareness Month. Mental health and that basket of issues has been a major priority for Secretary Kennedy since he got into office. It's been a major priority for your administration. This is just a proclamation declaring this month to be National Mental Health Awareness Month.
Yeah. See, no auto pen, isn't it?
Hey, I'm all for it. As long as they don't go start calling anti-Semitism the biggest mental health crisis, I'm all for it.
Nice. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need an auto pen, so that somebody that you have no idea who the person is, who's actually the president of our country, they ought to look into that auto pen stuff. That's not right, what took place for 4 years. Very important. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Next, this is another proclamation declaring this week to be National Small Business Week. As you've said many times before, small business is actually big business. Small businesses are key drivers of the American economy. Your administration has taken quite dramatic steps to improve small business, to help small businesses. This is just a proclamation that recognizes those efforts and announces the National Small Business Week.
But then, before I go any further, I'd like to just, as you see behind me, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is doing a fantastic job. Director Jay Bhattacharya, National Institute of Health, and a very special person. I interviewed him personally. I liked him immediately. I interviewed a lot of people, but I liked him. Dr. Martin McCary, likewise, FDA commissioner, who's really in there plugging hard, right? But we have some big things coming up, and everybody knows. So I just wanted to thank all of you. Vince Haley's around here someplace. Where's Vince? Vince is great. Come on up here, Vince. He should be up here. He's been with me for a long time. He's an expert on policy and speech writing too, along with Ross, right?
Yes, sir.
So great. It's great to have you all. Bobby, do you have anything to say? We signed some very important documents having to do with health. Do you have anything to say?
Mr. President, a gain of function this is an historic day, the end of gain of function research funding by the federal government and also controls by private corporations on gain of function studies. This was the kind of study that was engaged in by the United States military and intelligence agencies beginning in 1947. By 1969, the CIA said that they had reached nuclear equivalency, that they could kill the entire U.S. population for 29 cents a person.
Yo. Yeah, they got a little too efficient with that program, and Nixon shut it down, and they said, nope, we just gonna move it to China.
That year, President Nixon went to Fort Detrick and announced a unilateral end to this kind of research, what they called dual-use research, research that was for vaccination and also for military purposes. He then persuaded over 180 countries to sign the Bioweapons Charter in 1973. That basically ended gain-of-function research around the globe until 2002. Until 2001, after the anthrax attacks, we passed the Patriot Act, and the Patriot Act had a provision, a little-known provision in it, that said that although the Bioweapons Charter is still in effect, and the Geneva Convention is still in effect, U.S. federal officials who violate it cannot be prosecuted. And that relaunched a bioweapons arms race, and that was driven by gain-of-function research. In 2014, 3 of those bugs escaped.
I mean, yeah, you're talking about research that if you get the right biological weapon, you could drop it on a country and everybody die within a month and nobody know what the hell went on. The only body who knows that goes on is the upper brass of your government. And that's a pretty scary thought.
From U.S. labs. And President Obama declared a moratorium on future use. And instead, a lot of that research was moved offshore to the Wuhan lab. We have, and it launched bioweapons arms race all around the country, all around the world, so that China's engaged in it, developing all kinds of weapons using AI and CRISPR technologies that are really devastating. Russia is deeply engaged in it, Iran and many other countries. It's a kind of weapon that always has blowback. There's always bad news. And the justification for this kind of weaponry was, and these kind of research was always that we have to do this, develop vaccines to counter a future pandemic. In all of the history of gain-of-function research, we can't point to a single good thing that's come from it. And today, I commend President Trump for his courage and his vision in ending.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't think of one good reason or one good thing we could have done with, well, engineering viruses to be more dangerous. Can't think of anything except sinister things. Nothing humanitarian, but I can think of some very sinister things you can do with that.
U.S. bioweapons research. And Jay, I'd love you to talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, Jay?
Sure. This is a historic day. The conduct of this dangerous gain-of-function research, which aims at taking pathogens and making them more virulent, more transmissible in humans, many scientists believe is responsible for the COVID pandemic. The conduct of this research does not protect us against pandemics, as some people might say. It doesn't protect us against other nations. What it does is there's always a.
Oh, let's make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen. Let's get more people on the conversation. Appreciate the support. All right.
The conduct of this research does not protect us against pandemics, as some people might say. It doesn't protect us against other nations. What it does is there's always a danger that in doing this research, it might leak out just by accident even, and cause a pandemic. Any nation that engages in this research endangers their own population as well as the world, as we saw during the COVID pandemic. This proclamation makes it so that most science is actually poses no threat to human populations. The vast majority of science will go on under this as normal. But the fraction of this research that has the risk of causing a pandemic, harming every single person on the face of the earth, we're going to put it, this proclamation, this executive order puts in place a framework to make sure that the public has a say, that if such a risk is being taken, that only scientists alone won't be able to decide that.
And here's the funny part. It does seem like you can't do this research without there being some leak in some way, shape, or form. There's always going to be a leak in the place of origin. Tough.
That in fact, the public can say, no, don't take this risk. And I'm really, really proud to be here with President Trump, who's signed this order, ending this research, and for the first time, putting in place a real regulatory framework to make it go away forever.
So it can leak out like from Wuhan. And a lot of people think that. I think I said that right from day one. It leaked out, whether it was to the girlfriend or somebody else. But scientists walked outside to have lunch with the girlfriend or was together with a lot of people. But that's how it leaked out, in my opinion. And I've never changed that opinion. So it can leak out innocently, stupidly, incompetently, but innocently, and half destroy the world, right?
That's right. That's right, Mr. President. It's
Mr. President, there are, I think, 3 leaks on BSL-3 and BSL-4 labs, our highest rated laboratories almost every week. There's no laboratory that does this right. There's no laboratory that's immune from leaks, and this is going to prevent those kind of inadvertent leaks from happening in the future and endangering humanity. The COVID outbreak cost 20 million lives.
Because this is real, like, mad scientist work. It's like, what else would you be doing this for but to create biological weapons? Why are you doing it in this location if you know, like, yes, there's going to be a certified leak? So I ain't gonna lie, at this point, we damn near kind of owe China an apology. Then again, they did kind of let it go down and then hide the fact that, it came from them. Y'all could have just said, hey, yo, I know it came from us, but y'all brought it over here. I mean, we'd have took that. But this is some mad scientist stuff.
And cost the world at least $25 trillion. And this executive order is a precaution against us being involved in that kind of research in the future.
That's great. Very honored to do this. Marty, what do you have to say?
It's unbelievable to think the entire nightmare of COVID was likely preventable. And you had good instincts early on, Mr. President, in suggesting it came from the Wuhan lab. That is now the leading theory among scientists. It was 5 miles from the hospital where it first broke out. So it's crazy to think that this entire nightmare was probably the result of some scientists messing with Mother Nature in a laboratory with technology exported from the United States that is inserting a furin cleavage site. So I hope this does some good in the world, Mr. President. Thank you for doing it.
I mean, shoot, the same thing what they do with transgender ideology. You're messing with Mother Nature.
Anybody have any questions on that? Yes.
On your proclamation designating this Mental Health Awareness Month, can you speak to concerns people are having regarding your administration cutting $1 billion in mental health programs?
Well, we're
schools?
looking very closely at waste, fraud, and abuse, of which there's tremendous amount. People on that shouldn't be on, illegal immigrants on, people that came into the country illegally. We have many of them, and we're looking for that. But for the population that's supposed to be there, it's perfecto. And they want us to do that. They don't want to have the waste, the fraud, and the fraud is big, by the way, or the abuse. Question? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have a question for Secretary Kennedy, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
You mentioned the anthrax attacks of 2001. At Zero Hedge, we're working on a piece revisiting that, and I've heard you speak at length about how that was likely a conspiracy from the inside of the Bush administration. So with your new current position, would you consider re-looking into that, given the questions that I've heard you raise in the past?
Well, we're not at this moment going back. I mean, the FBI has already done an extensive investigation. They said that the anthrax was Ames anthrax. It came from the U.S. lab. Their accusation was that it was released by a scientist called Bruce Ivins, who subsequently committed suicide. There are many people who believe that Bruce Ivins was falsely accused and that it was somebody else in the lab. It's not something that we're currently investigating, but it's something that the FBI, the fact that it came from a U.S. lab is something the FBI determined.
Yeah, please.
There have been several MAHA-aligned bills being proposed throughout the country.
I ain't gonna lie, that ain't sound like too confident of an answer, I will admit.
And I wanted to know what your thought was on that and the progress that Secretary Kennedy is making, first. And second, when you, no, I'm sorry. Let's answer the question.
You want to go ahead?
I mean, we've had a wave. I think we have MAHA legislation now in 36 states. In the past 2 or 3 weeks, I've been to Arizona, to Utah, to West Virginia, to Indiana, to sign SNAP waivers, to get candy and soda off of SNAP, to change the school lunch program so that we're feeding our kids food instead of food-like substances that are made in laboratories, and to do a number of other initiatives that are being that are being driven by local MAHA movement, inspired by the president, and that are being signed into law by various governors. And we're very, very grateful for that. We've invited Brooke Rollins and myself have invited the governors of all the states to apply for SNAP waivers, so we make sure that the supplemental nutrition assistance program is actually paying for.
Now y'all already know my opinion on RFK Jr. Like, he has hints of being blackmailed, that they might have blackmail on him. When, like I said, we only say this because he came in on vaccines, right? And now all of a sudden, the measles vaccine, now he's trying to support that. I'm like, bro, I thought you was against this. Where's he at? Like, why the attitude change? And he kind of just like ran off with, the preservatives and the poisons in our food. And that's cool. But that was number 2 why we wanted you in there. Number 1 was the vaccines.
Nutrition and not soda. 10% is now going to soda. There's no nutrition in a soda.
And at the same time, you have like 19 attorneys general suing you and the Trump administration. Like, what do you make of that?
Who are they?
You have attorney general. Yeah, they are Democrats.
It's like crooked Democrats, like really crooked Democrats. Is that who's suing? They know what they're doing.
And what do you
They're
think
just
of the progress?
hurting our country. That's all.
What's your
These
immediate progress?
are very dishonest people. They've lost their way. They've lost their confidence. They have no confidence. They have no idea what they're doing. They don't even know what they're suing for. So it's just one of those things. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on the pharmaceutical side, have you made any determination on kind of what those tariff rates may look like and the timing of those tariffs?
I'll announce it over the next 2 weeks. Okay. Will, please.
Oh, sorry.
Do you have anything to say about this, Marty, what we just discussed?
We have had this crazy system in the United States where American pharma manufacturers in the United States are put through the ringer with inspections. And the foreign sites get off easy with scheduled visits while we have surprise visits in the United States. Well, a scheduled visit is no inspection. So we are at the FDA delivering on this promise in the president's executive order and switching from announced to surprise inspections overseas. We're also not going to have our inspectors hanging out for 3 or 4 weeks. They're going to get in and out, and we're going to do more inspections with the same resources as a result.
Good.
Okay.
Jay?
I mean, I think it's very, very important that Americans have a drug supply, a pharmaceutical supply that they can count on. We saw during the COVID pandemic that the reliance on overseas production of pharmaceuticals led to shortages of essential medicines, and that's happened over and over again. Making America produce the drugs that's long been able to produce is a huge priority in this executive order of the president.
And this is one of the reasons why I believe that Dems should support tariffs, because every Democrat will sit there and tell you that, yeah, there should be no reason why our medical supplies was held hostage by China. That should not have been a thing. It should not have happened, but it did. And for some reason, the Dems have lost that understanding and how well it translates into why tariffs are here. So, because like I said, we just can't walk up to these pharmaceutical companies and just ask them to come on back here, without kind of, either twisting their arm or making it look nice. And you guys don't like lowering the corporate tax. So tariffs and lowering the corporate tax is what's the plan. But trust me, if y'all wasn't willing to do neither, there's really no getting these pharmaceutical companies back here, either not without tariffs or lowering the corporate tax.
Just signed is going to make that possible.
Pence, you're a big policy person. You've been so great for me for so long.
And shout out to my man Foley, man. He said, shout out Vlad for showing your new outfit in Discord. We can appreciate it.
Oh, what do you think?
Oh, sir, you've always said it's vitally important that we have national self-sufficiency when it comes to critical pharmaceuticals. We learned that in 2020. It was a key campaign promise. We've seen shortages in the past of critical cancer drugs, people on chemotherapy. We have to produce those here at home, and this is an important contribution to doing that.
Good. Thank you. Any questions of them? Okay.
Just 2 more, sir. We have a slate of 39 Senate confirmed senior officials of your administration. This slate includes a significant number of new U.S. attorneys. Those will be the top prosecutors in judicial districts around the country, will prosecute crime and help advance your agenda.
Okay, it's a lot of people, and they're very good people, I hope. Who knows? I hope so. Okay, thank you.
And then lastly, sir, we have another proclamation. This week is National Hurricane Preparedness Week. This is an issue that's particularly important, obviously, to your home state of Florida. This is just a proclamation recognizing National Hurricane Preparedness Week 2025.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I want to.
You said Bolivian marching powder the long way? Wait, hold on, what? I'm gonna have to check the Discord.
Thank you. So we're going to be having some conferences next week. I'll also be going to Saudi Arabia and other places, going to UAE and Qatar. And some of you will be going with us, so have an interesting time. But I think we're going to have another conference next week, which will be very important, having to do with the world of the medical. And I think it will be very productive. These are really very important that we signed today. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much.
And all right, now let's get on to Pence. Yep, this man Pence. He did an interview with CNN, so let's get right to it. I mean, CNN is doing interviews with the craziest of characters. I mean, what I say last night, they interviewed a cartel member, and now we got Mike Pence, which is, I mean, shoot, on the complete flip side. So let's go.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for being here. And I should note where we are. We're in Boston at the JFK Library because you just received the John F. Kennedy Profile and Courage Award last night for certifying the election results in 2020.
Wow.
And in your
they are petty. Yeah, y'all petty as hell. Y'all gave that man an award for that, for pretty much ignoring what his voters were telling him. Be like, yo, we're uncomfortable. Can we get a recount? Really? He gets an award for that? Okay. All right, we see how it is. I see.
Your acceptance speech, you invoked the Constitution, and you said it's the common ground on which we stand. How has that been a guiding principle for you?
Well, it's good to see you, Caitlin. Thanks for traveling up here to the Kennedy Library. It was deeply humbling for me to receive the recognition, the Profile and Courage Award last night. As I shared with his family, President Kennedy was an inspiring figure.
And man, shout out to my man Fox Chase says, welcome our special guest, Monk, everyone. Hey, shout out Monk.
Since I was a little boy, and his eloquence and his example inspires me still. And so to be in any way associated with President Kennedy's legacy is something I'll cherish for the rest of my life.
Boy, Kennedy was for the people. You turned your back on the people. You literally turned your back on the people who voted for you, and then you get a recognition for being for this guy, bro. You know what? Damn it, man. Whatever. Let him have it. Let's let him have his talks.
But as I shared last night, the thing that I am more convinced of than ever is that as we face challenges in our country at home and abroad, as we resolve differences between Americans, that the Constitution is the common ground on which we stand. And I saw that firsthand over the last 4 years when people literally from every political perspective have stopped me on the street, walked up to me in airports, and simply expressed appreciation for the fact that, as I said last night, that I believe I did my duty under the Constitution on that fateful day to see to the peaceful transfer of power. The American people cherish our Constitution. They cherish our rich traditions.
That's the craziest part because, like, on January 6th, and like I said, most people are ill-informed about it. So on January 6th, yeah, they were protesting the election results. The goal wasn't to come in there and just take out Pence. Honestly, Pence already did it. It was already too late. So what they really wanted to happen was, yo, they just act for a recount. They act for an investigation of the election. And then, well, I mean, you know what happened after that. All of a sudden, January 6th goes from a peaceful protest to a riot. Then media spins it into an insurrection.
In liberty. And I think recognizing that the people of this country will always stand on that common ground, it should be a great source of encouragement to all of us.
Well, given that, when President Trump...
He's like, Jane Foley says, if we hit the goal, you sing Island Boy a cappella? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't know about that one, my brother. I don't know about that one.
Was asked if he thinks that he has to uphold the Constitution. He said, quote, I don't know. Is there any doubt in your view that the president must uphold the Constitution?
Well, we all take the same oath, which is we put our left hand on a Bible and raise our right hand. And we swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And despite our enduring differences about my duty 4 years ago, I believe President Trump understands that well. Honestly, Caitlin, I saw a bit of that clip, and I think the president was simply saying that he didn't yet know what his lawyer's view of that question was. But I served alongside the president for 4.5 years. We had a good working relationship. I'm proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. And I believe the president understands what his responsibilities and duties are. And also, I want to say that I have great confidence in Attorney General Pam Bondi and in the team around the president. I think Tom Homan is a great lawman. And as I wrote last week, I commend President Trump and the administration for the strong steps that they've taken to secure our border and reduce illegal immigration by 90%. I think these are important steps. It's what the American people were hoping to see, and I greatly welcome it.
But in your view, there's no question of whether the president has to uphold the Constitution.
Oh, no, we all take, as my Marine Corps son reminded me a few days before January 6th, he said, you took the same oath I took, Dad. It's the oath that people in the military, people in law enforcement, people in public life take. And
now, here's the thing. There was nothing that went against the Constitution for Pence to sit there and be like, all right, man, there's something going on. I'm hearing a whole lot of crap. So let's just get a quick investigation out the way so we can shut these guys up. And then I'll go ahead and confirm this once we confirm that there's been no, foul play in this election. There was nothing unconstitutional about that. That's like what's killing me right now. There was nothing unconstitutional than pausing the results of an election for an investigation. There was nothing unconstitutional about it. Nothing in our Constitution says that you can't pause an election to investigate.
I have every confidence the president understands his responsibilities.
He didn't say it nearly as clearly as you did this.
Actually, no. Cool beans. No, 60 times was not, bro. They said no debate. They didn't even allow the investigation.
Just there, because he was asked about this argument that has been playing out when it comes to, you mentioned immigration, but a lot of this isn't playing out, not on the southern border, but inside the courtroom and court fights. And when he was asked if he agreed that everyone on U.S. soil deserves due process, he also said, quote, "I don't know. I'm not a lawyer," despite it being guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment. Is it clear to you that everyone on U.S. soil is afforded due process?
Well, I think that's one of the genius aspects of our system and of our Constitution is that the protections and the liberties that are enshrined there are provided to persons in America, not just citizens in America. And I have every confidence that the administration understands that. The Supreme Court recently,
they do say persons. And when they describe persons, they mean jurisdiction of. So what? The jurisdiction of the government that has authority over you, which would mean the country that you're born in. That's what they really meant. But like I said, bro, the Supreme Court or the left has kind of been playing with that for a while now, especially when it comes to the 5th and 14th Amendment.
Ruled that the president was fully acting within the law to use the Foreign Aliens Act to deport individuals from this country. They called for reasonable due process, recognizing that the safety of the American people is paramount when people are in this country illegally, when people represent a threat to our communities, when they're engaged in criminal activities. There's a different standard. And as I said, I have confidence in the administration. I have confidence in our Attorney General.
Okay, it's weird. He's like, all right, look, I have no regrets on confirming that election, but this man is still, a Republican at heart. I mean, you could tell. He says, he's like, I even get what Trump's doing with the Aliens Enemies Act. He's like, I have no disagreement. And shout out to my man, James Foley, man. He says, I do the dirty wine for a dime bag. I bet you would, my friend. I bet you would, you damn stoner.
And also, as I said, I confidence in Tom Homan, who has a long career, served in our administration with great distinction, that they'll work through the issues of due process with the backstop of our courts. But the priority has to be to protect our communities. I mean, we have seen tragic consequences over the last 4 years from the open borders policies of the Biden administration. And I think in many respects, President Trump's historic victory, that incredible comeback of a year ago, last fall, was owing to the fact that the American people wanted to get back to the policies of our administration, not only on the economy, so believe on the world stage, and certainly in the way that we secured the southern border of the United States.
But can they do both? Can't you protect communities and also provide people due process?
See, even my man Mike Pence, you know what? You a son of a bitch for what you did at the election day, but I ain't go well on January 6th. But you know what? I will give him that one. I will give him that. He's even saying that, I have upheld the Constitution. So, well, according to, I know, guess what? Pence know the law, the Aliens Enemies Act. And he understand what the president is doing by trying to protect the public, because he also sees the victims of this. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. They got to get up out of here. And with the Aliens Enemies Act, the president is within his right. So shout out Pence. I'll give him that one. Still a son of a bitch for January 6th, though.
In your view?
You sure can. And I have confidence in our justice system. I have confidence in our courts that will do just.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He said, of course, this traitor's on CNN. Bro, I said the same thing. I was like, bruh. Like, couldn't Fox News got you on or something? It's like, this just doesn't look good for your image, to be quite honest with you. But all right, let's get right to it.
In the way that we secured the southern border of the United States.
But can they do both? Can't you protect communities and also provide people due process, in your view?
You sure can. And I have confidence in our justice system. I have confidence in our courts that will do just that, Caitlin.
On the economy, you obviously were serving as vice president the last time President Trump was putting tariffs in place. He's gone much bigger and broader this time, and he seems to be downplaying any concerns that people have about a recession. Instead, he's arguing in the long run, his policies will be successful. Do you worry, though, that the tariffs he's putting in place could potentially lead the U.S. into a recession?
Well, let me back up for a second and say that I really do believe that President Trump's historic reelection last year was in many respects not just a reflection of a personality, but it was also that what I heard all over the country is that people wanted to get back to the policies of our administration. In addition to strong American leadership on the world stage, which we can get into in a minute, it also was that we cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy. But we also used targeted tariffs, particularly against China, after decades of trade abuses and intellectual property theft. We brought China to the table and achieved that 2020 phase one trade deal that was truly historic and was a beginning of changing the dynamic of our relationship with China. So now, as I see this administration, the
problem is, the trade deal failed. I mean, done in good faith. Trust me, they had all the good faith. They wanted it to work. We all wanted it to work, but China, they didn't give a fuck. I mean, come on now. To avoid the terms of the trade deal, what did they do? They shipped their products to Vietnam and Mexico. And then they want to slap their labels on there so they can avoid American tariffs and then ship right into here, right into America. Zero tariffs, basically. Yeah. I'm be honest with you, the first tariff plan failed because, I guess Donald Trump didn't foresee the underhandedness of the CCP.
I do have concerns that with the president's call for broad-based tariffs against friend and foe alike, that ultimately the administration is advancing policies that are not targeted at countries that have been abusing our trade relationship, but rather are essentially new industrial policy that will result in inflation, that will harm consumers and ultimately harm the American economy. So again, I want to be clear, when it comes to China, when it comes to decades of trade abuses, my view always is free trade with free nations, that we ought to be engaging our trading partners across the free world to lower trade barriers, lower non-tariff barriers.
I agree.
And subsidies. But when it comes to authoritarian regimes, we ought to get tough, stay tough, and demand that they open their markets and respect our intellectual property.
He dubbed it Liberation Day, and you wrote in reference to that the only thing that Americans had been liberated from were trillions.
Okay, so he agreed with the tariffs. He's like, he agrees with the sentiment. Like, we got to be tough on China with an authoritarian regime that, some of these Dems are cheerleading for. Makes sense.
Of dollars in investments. Do you think he understands the impact that it could be having on regular Americans?
I think he does. But
he's still doing it anyway, in your view?
President Trump and I had many long conversations about trade in our 4.5 years. I strongly supported our administration's policies on trade, including the get tough policies with Mexico and Canada that resulted in the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, the largest trade agreement in U.S. history. But we were well on our way. We'd renegotiated a trade agreement with South.
No, and I guess Canada kind of violated that with their crazy tariffs on us and their import limitations or bans. So they violated that. Mexico violated it by accepting Chinese products and relabeling them and shipping into America. So both of them violated it. We were the only fair players. We were the only fair players, guys, in that treaty, in that trade agreement. And you wonder why we're doing them like this now.
South Korea, we were well on our way to a new trade agreement with Japan, with the UK, even the EU was in discussions. But it was all based on using his instinct that tariffs serve the American economy to bring our trading partners to the table to open up markets. My concern now is I see the president following more of what I think has been his historic view, that at the end of the day, a certain minimum threshold of tariffs on all goods coming into the country will serve the American public and our economy. Some people believe that. I hold the view that trade means jobs, and that if we were to erect even the 10% minimum tariff that is on today, if that was all that remained after this, I think ultimately it would stifle American growth, limit prosperity, drive up costs for American consumers, and we ought to be driving again toward that principle of free trade with free nations and standing firm on authoritarian regimes like China.
So you think he's wrong on tariffs?
I do think this version of tariff policy that's broad-based, indiscriminate, applies tariffs to friend and foe alike, is not a win for the American people.
One argument he's been making lately is that maybe children will have to make do with fewer toys, fewer dolls. The quote that he had yesterday was, "I'm just saying that they don't need to have 30 dolls. They can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5." Do you think the American people buy that argument?
I have 2 grown daughters. I have 3 small granddaughters. And look, keeping dolls affordable, keeping our kids' toys affordable, that really is part of the American dream. I remember recently the Secretary of the Treasury said that cheap goods was not a part of the American dream. Well, I'm somebody who spent almost my entire life in public service. We lived on our paycheck while we raised 3 kids and put 3 kids through college. Cheap goods are a big part of it. And I think we ought to be candid about that. What I will give the president credit for is conceding the fact that his tariff policies will raise the cost of goods for consumers, whether it be toys or pencils or other products. And I appreciate him being forthright about that. I just think the American people
but is he being
cherish their
about
freedom
that?
to cherish their freedom to purchase their goods at the lowest possible cost. And that's not to say that that the end of the day, there are key industries that are important to have here. But I think the way we generate manufacturing jobs, I think the way we generate high-tech jobs, the way we generate the kind of jobs that will serve America's security and prosperity is by making the Trump-Pence tax cuts permanent, rolling back regulation, lowering the cost of energy across the board, and making America the most attractive place in the world to invest and create jobs.
Well, and obviously,
And he knows actually funny. Yeah, I kind of agree with him. If he's saying rolling back taxes, which means AKA my man is agreeing with cutting corporate taxes and taxes on the rich in general to make it a more enticing environment for the corporations to come back. Hey, that's actually the first plan I've heard besides tariffs that I've actually agreed with. I'll be honest with you. Okay. That's not too bad of a plan. But like I said, but it is kind of a slow work plan, I would like to say. I still agree with Trump's tariff plan because it had fast results. His plan, not so much, because who's to say that these countries wouldn't provide competition and just start, lowering their tariffs, or not lowering their tariffs, but lowering their corporate tax, lowering their minimum wages, just to spite us, just to make sure that these corporations don't leave. So, there's always that aspect of it as well.
So he came into office promising to lower prices. So if prices go up as a result of those policies, is that backtracking on a pretty big campaign promise?
Well, some prices have gone down, as the president has conceded, and prices will fluctuate. But I do have a concern that when the so-called 90-day pause comes off, that even the administration has conceded that there may be a price shock in the economy, and there may be shortages. Caitlin, there were reports over the weekend of maybe a 35% reduction in the number of imports headed our way across the Pacific, and
I would do say they do talk about tariff disingenuously. Like, first off, I always stand on the point that tariffs can cause a price increase in certain markets or certain industries. Not every industry across the board is going to raise their prices because of competition. Now, when it comes to toys and seeing that, well, let's be real though, mainly all the toys are made in China, and there's not really too much other countries that make toys in that has a high plastic production. Those are one of those industries, and it's kind of funny that they chose toys. They purposely chose toys instead of the other industries that are benefiting from the tariffs. But hey, they purposely chose toys because they know how that structure works out. They know how the supply chain works out for that one. So yeah, I can't even skirt that argument. It's like, yeah, it would raise the prices of toys, but the way Trump said, he said what, by a couple of dollars. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too worried. I'll still be able to buy the little one stuff.
Look, I think the American people are going to see the consequences of this. I think they'll demand a different approach, and I think that approach is free.
What was funny though, and I'm gonna be real with you, I don't know no little kids today that even want dolls anymore or action figures. Man, these kids want like technology. They want tech. Like, bro, you got 9-year-olds asking for Oculuses. Oculus, like, bro, they want to hop in virtual reality already. Like, bro, what? Like, damn, why don't you just stick with action figures or something, or I don't know, play Connect 4.
Free trade with free nations. Let's use the leverage, the threat of tariffs, to negotiate down trade barriers with free nations, even while we stand firm with China and others.
You have been very outspoken on foreign policy, especially when it comes to the war in Ukraine. You've traveled to Ukraine, met with President Zelensky. When President Trump says that he thinks President Putin wants peace, do you agree with that?
Well, I think if the last 3 years teaches us anything, it's that Vladimir Putin.
And shout out to my man James Foley. He said, let's see here, we still inclined. Wait, what? Includers. Hold on here. Hold on, I got you, man. He said we still desalign interludes. All right, okay. So he said, been a long time since I request. Last time I asked was the Dons before time. Let's get a throwback vibes. Hi. Oh, okay. Hold on. What? A music interlude?
He doesn't want peace. He wants Ukraine. And the fact that we are now nearly 2 months following a ceasefire agreement that Ukraine has agreed to. And Russia continues to delay and give excuses, I think confirms that point. Look, I've met Vladimir Putin. I have studied his leadership in Russia over the decades. And I really believe that Putin only understands power. And it's the reason why in this moment, we need to make it clear that the United States is going to continue to lead the free world, to provide Ukraine with the military support they need to repel the Russian invasion and achieve a just and lasting peace. The wavering support the administration has shown over the last few months, I believe, has only emboldened Russia. We continue to see their...
I don't know. I feel like I said, if we get any more involved in Russia, like military-wise, man, look, Putin said he would not like to use a nuke. So when he made that, I guess, passive threat, he said, I wouldn't like to use a nuke, but I could always can. Like, that's kind of what he meant. He's pretty much saying that, look, I don't want to use a nuke, but it does sound like if we do get involved with Ukraine, we might end up getting these guys nuked. So... it's really hard to call this one, guys. hopefully he backs off because, you know, we have business there and he want to have a good relationship with us. Hopefully, but let's be honest, these current attacks on Ukraine, now this either means that Putin just don't give a fuck and he's just going for the whole thing, or, well, these are just his military guys getting out of hand.
Brutal assault on civilian populations, claiming innocent lives.
On both sides.
But let me be clear, this is not just about Ukraine for me. I mean, I really do believe that if Vladimir...
Oh, yeah, and just now, I believe it was today, yeah, Russia did a strike, and it did end up hitting a church and killing like 35 people. So, yeah, the war is still going on. Things is still pretty heavy over there.
Putin overruns Ukraine.
Nothing's really.
It's just a matter of time before he crosses a border where our men and women in uniform are going to have to go fight him. I mean, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia are all NATO allies, and if Russia crosses those borders, and we have a treaty obligation to engage them militarily. I hold, as we sit here at the Kennedy Library.
Bro, you're tripping. You're tripping. That is literally World War III. That is literally going to be a nuclear war, or it's going to build up to it. I mean, we're going to pull out all the stocks until we get to the last level, and that's going to be a nuke. So, bruh, it's like a stalemate with Russia. It's a stalemate. It's like there's no way we're just going to get into it with these guys and not expect bombs to start being dropped. And I'm going to be honest with you, Russia's probably one of the few, China and Russia, yeah, the superpowers, of course, are one of the few people that can low-key hit us with a missile. One of the few.
I hold to that old Reagan doctrine that if you're willing to fight our enemies on your soil, we'll give you the means to fight them there so we don't have to fight them. And that's the principle we should be following here in giving President Zelensky and Ukraine the military support they need to repel and to stand down that brutal Russian invasion.
You talked about studying Putin. There has been some concern or questions that maybe he's stringing the president along, that he's just slow walking the negotiations with no intent of coming to the table. Do you share that view?
Well, I think President Trump is starting to suspect that. He said not long ago that he was concerned he might be tapping him along, as he says, in that New York parlance. And I think he's right. If I was sitting with the president right now instead of you, I would tell him, follow your instincts on this. That's who this guy is. And he only understands strength. I mean, look, there's a reason why Russia never even attempted to redraw international lines by force during our first 4 years. And that was because our administration rebuilt our military.
Yep.
We took down Nord Stream 2, which was a tremendous blow to Russia.
Yes, it was. And then guess who got it pretty much, rebuilt? Yes. Guess who got it restarted for them? Biden.
We gave approval to our military in Syria to take out 100 Russian mercenaries without a single American casualty. We fired cruise missiles, not once but twice, into Syria against Russia's ally, the Bashar Assad regime. Russia knew we were willing to use military force to defend our interests and our allies. And so different than the Bush administration, the Obama administration, and then the Biden administration, Vladimir Putin stayed across the border during our years. And it convinced me more than anything else that this is a moment for American strength. And the pathway to peace is by an unwavering commitment to freedom.
Given that,
And you got to remember, this guy is a military guy, son of the Marines and all this good stuff. He is a war hawk. He's a war hawk. Let's be honest. This man's ready to go at any moment. He's kind of giving me McCain vibes. He's giving me some McCain vibes right now.
Just have to know what was going through your mind when you were watching that remarkable Oval Office meeting where President Trump and Vice President Vance had an incredibly contentious exchange with President Zelensky. What would you have done if you were in that room that day?
Well, I've been in a lot of contentious meetings in the Oval Office, just usually not on camera. There was one occasion where we had congressional leaders in. It got a little sporty. My own personal posture was to
But this is a president who's fighting
way.
for his country. And you've met President Zelensky. So I wonder what you thought when you saw that.
Well, I thought it was regrettable I thought President Zelensky was ill-advised to take his argument before the media in the Oval Office, and I thought it was unfortunate the way the president and the administration responded in that moment. But I'm encouraged all the way through the knee-to-knee meeting at the Vatican that it looks like we put the dialogue back together. Look, this really matters, I believe, for not just for Ukraine, not just for Europe, but for America, for all the reasons that I said, Caitlin. I think it's absolutely essential, and I'm very encouraged that the president secured this historic minerals deal with Ukraine. I think that's going to benefit the American people with rare earth minerals, but more important than that, it sends a deafening message to Moscow that America and Ukraine are here to stay.
Yeah. Well, given contentious Oval Office meetings, the new Prime Minister of Canada is visiting tomorrow. The president has been saying that he's not kidding when he's talking about making Canada the 51st state. What advice would you give to the new Prime Minister as he's going into that meeting?
Well, I mean, why would he give advice to, honestly, the advice I'm giving to the Prime Minister of Canada is, bro, prepare to get shut down on every point and prepare to make yourself look very weak, because you think you're going to be coming in there with leverage and you're about to pretty much get yourself, yeah, I know, right? They'll probably kick you out the office and then they'll wait for you to calm down and let you back in.
I don't know that I would advise the Prime Minister of Canada. I worked with his predecessor, and look,
Do you think Canada should be the 51st state?
I think Canada's been a great ally of ours, whose soldiers have fought and died alongside Americans in every war since World War I. And but I think I'd suggest to him that you come in and let your yes be yes and your no be no, and speak plainly to the president. I think President Trump respects strength. He respects people with conviction, and has the capacity to adjust. I expect it'll be a good meeting.
Do you think he's serious when he won't rule out military force to retake Greenland or to take Greenland?
Well, I think Greenland is enormously important to us and our national security.
Yeah, no, it's not just for resources, but national security as well. I mean, that's when he said that he wouldn't rule out military force. Like, of course, it's not just for the, rare earth minerals. It's also about national security. Like, they're right above us. Yeah, that's not cool. We can't have Russia or China having any type of control over there.
But the fact that we already have 2 military bases there and the ability to negotiate further is.
And shout out to James. He said, I'm on them Broadway County Tic Tacs. I think that's ecstasy, pretty much.
Is more than enough for us to satisfy that need, and then otherwise allow the people of our 2 nations to discuss any arrangements going forward.
Okay, so you don't think it needs to be taken over by military force?
I think we can address our security needs in Greenland by other means.
Your organization, Advancing American Freedom, publicly opposed the nomination and, it turns out, the confirmation of RFK Jr. as the HHS secretary. The United States right now is facing its single largest measles outbreak in 25 years. Do you trust his leadership in a moment like this one?
Well, as you know, Caitlin, I'm pro-life. I don't apologize for it. And the very idea that a Republican president would nominate an abortion rights supporter to lead the Department of Health and Human Services was just unacceptable to me. Policies regarding the sanctity of life, regarding conscience protections, all flow through HHS.
I mean, damn it. All right, I agree with you on that. All right, I will agree. But I mean, I'm okay with RFK Jr., but I do hear him. He's like, hey, I'm a pro-life friend. I just don't stand on the fact that he got somebody who's pro-abortion, heading Health and Human Service. Now, you libs are okay with that, and I'm okay with it too, but my man is not.
And I had those concerns.
No.
Evidence recently with the Secretary's FDA chief, who said, despite promises that were made in the confirmation hearings, that they have no plans to even look into the harmful effect of the abortion pill on women across the country. And so that was the core of our concern. But as I said, I've got 4 grandchildren, going on 5, coming this fall.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And
man, I'm gonna tell you, quick warning, man, for my young guys out there who's thinking about putting your girl in that abortion pill. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now, man, that's gonna mess with her hormones, bro. There's gonna be things that you're gonna have to deal with that they did not write down in the symptoms, dog. You think everything's gonna be the same? I promise you, she is not going to be the same. G, you have been warned.
Measles is a very serious disease, particularly for small children, and we should send no message across America other than to encourage parents at the time that young children are able to be vaccinated to get that measles vaccine. It's a completely preventable disease, and I do have concerns that we have a secretary at HHS who has had a lifetime career of undermining public confidence in vaccines. We should have the opposite, and I hope that we continue to hear voices around the country that speak into this moment for the sake of our kids and our grandkids.
I mentioned the reason that we're here and why you were getting this award, and it's because of how you acted and what you did, or to the president's chagrin, did not do on January 6th. And when you were recounting that day during your speech last night, the line stood out to me where you said the only heroes that you saw that day were wearing uniforms, meaning the officers who were there protecting the Capitol and protecting you and others. What should it say to the American people then that President Trump pardoned the people who were convicted of assaulting police officers that day?
Over the last 4 years, I've had people come up and thank me for what I did that day. But I've said 100 times, the only heroes I saw that day were wearing uniforms. When we were evacuated down to the parking garage underneath the Senate, I literally saw Capitol Hill police coming and going through that area, some of whom had injuries, and but none of whom flinched. I mean, it was clear that our Capitol Hill police, the security at our Capitol, was caught off guard.
All right, guys. You know what? F it. You know what? For Conspiracy Hour, if we hit the goal, I will go ahead and play January 6th, the true timeline. A true timeline. Yes. We'll go ahead and play the documentary that gives us all the evidence and all the proof that, well, the January 6th committee was on BS. But okay, though. Now, if we hit our goal, we'll go ahead and watch that documentary.
By the massive riot that ensued, but their courage, their bravery should be heralded for generations.
Hey, and shout out Foley, man, for gifting a membership and a super chat. Appreciate the support, dog. He said Pence looks like a fox with no facial hair. This man.
To come because they secured the Capitol and allowed us to reconvene the very same day and complete our work under the Constitution. I will tell you, I was deeply disappointed to see President Trump pardon people that engaged in violence against law enforcement officers on that day. The president has every right under the Constitution to grant pardons, but in that moment, I thought it sent the wrong message.
J.D. Vance is now in the role that you had as vice president. And when he was on the campaign trail, I asked him if it gave him any pause to take this job, given how your relationship with the president so changed. He told me he was, quote, extremely skeptical that Mike Pence's life was ever in danger. He said, I think in politics, people like to really exaggerate things from time to time. Would you like to respond to that?
Well, I would just say I'll leave that to the judgment of history.
But do you feel like your life is in danger?
There was never a moment that I've felt physically threatened in that day. I have great confidence in the Secret Service, and I had great confidence in the Capitol Hill police. It's one of the reasons when they evacuated me from the Senate floor, Caitlin, that I just went to my office across the hallway because I was confident that they would secure the building quickly, not knowing the sheer size of the riot that was unfolding. But, I've always told my kids the safest place in the world is to be in the center of God's will. And I knew I was where I was supposed to be, doing what I was supposed to be doing. And my focus that day and my memories of that day will always be of the heroes in uniform, but also the fact, as I said last night, that it wasn't any one person that saw us through that day. It was that the elected representatives in both chambers, in both political parties, reconvened and completed their work under the Constitution. As I said on the Senate floor when we reconvened, the world will witness the resilience of our democracy once again. And I believe they did that day. But for my part, I'll always be grateful for God's grace, seeing us through that moment.
It was nearly 10 years ago, almost. Hard to believe that you said on the campaign trail in 2016, character matters to the presidency, and Donald Trump will bring the highest level of integrity to the highest office in the land. You can count on it. Do you still feel that way today?
Well, I want to be very clear. I'm very proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. President Trump and I had a good professional and personal relationship for 4.5 years. I surprise people sometimes.
I mean, I did a good job, I will admit. Like, we will not lie, they did a good job.
I tell them that we never had a crossword between us until those fateful days at the end. We're very different men. We have different ways of expressing ourselves and in some ways different priorities, but we had a great working relationship, and I think we delivered for the American people. For me, ultimately, character in public life is about doing what you said you're going to do. And we did that in our 4 years. And I will tell you that in the early days of this new Trump administration, I think the president in many ways has been doing that again. He's delivered on securing the border. He's restored morale in our military, where now recruitment in our military, having been flagging over the last several years, is now exceeding goals in every branch of our service. We took the fight to the Houthis on their soil, on our terms, and fought back after the Biden administration had largely abandoned the region. And I think all those steps give evidence of the fact that President Trump is keeping his word to the American people, just as we did. Where I'm going to continue to seek to be a voice as a happy warrior and the conservative that I've always been, is where I see this Trump administration departing from the successful policies of our administration, whether it be making the tax cuts permanent, when some in and around the administration are talking about actually raising the top marginal rate, a move that would be an enormous tax increase on small business owners across this country. Where I see the wavering support for Ukraine, that it contradicts the strong leadership on the world stage that President Trump and our administration provided.
I mean, bro, because you're a warmonger, bro, and you just love using the military to step on people. I get it, bro. I get it. But we do not need to get into a Russia. I was surprised he even had that position, but I mean, damn. I mean, real war hawk.
In our first 4 years. And where I see a marginalizing of the right to life, both in personnel and in policy decisions, and that's different from our administration.
What do you attribute those changes to?
We stood strong for the right to life.
What do you attribute those changes to? I mean, if those were the policies when you were there, and this is what's happening now, is it because you're not there? Is it staffing, or is it the president himself that's changed?
Well, I can't account for it. I know that it's true to say that personnel is policy. We had a diversity of views around the president. His leadership style was to put a lot of people around that resolute desk in the Oval Office, hear a lot of ideas. And I hope even from the outside that I and others can maybe give the president another thought.
And shout out to my man James Foley, said we could deep dive and explore where did Key go. I'm crying, this man. But shout out James. Appreciate the support, bro.
Remind him of the policies that succeeded in our administration, that created security and prosperity and strengthened the values of the American people, preserved our liberties and our courts. And whatever the future holds for me, I'm going to try and be a consistent voice for those conservative values that I think are not only the right policy for the Republican Party, But I think they're the best way forward for a boundless future for the American people.
And shout out my man James. He said, let me guess, key went to get milk the long way. I know, right? Like the Tyrone thing.
Vice President Pence, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Well, all right, now let's get to the next one here because we got shut up, man. We got RFK Jr. pretty much coming out on Fox with Ingram. Let's see what the man got to say.
Blue states banding together, filing a lawsuit challenging RFK Jr.'s moves to streamline 28 HHS divisions into 15, laying off 10,000 HHS employees on top of the others who voluntarily left at the beginning of the year. Now, this in addition to the big announcement today with the president officially banning the controversial, exceedingly dangerous gain-of-function research. That's what makes viruses more lethal in research settings. Remember, COVID-19 originated in the Wuhan lab, which was engaged in gain-of-function research, partly and directly funded by the National Institutes of Health. Isn't that great? It's insane.
This is an historic day, the end of gain-of-function research funding by the federal government and also controls by private corporations on gain-of-function studies.
It's a big deal. It could have been that we wouldn't have had the problem we had.
A lot of people say that, sir.
If we had this done earlier.
Here with me exclusively is HHS Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. How do we know with this ban, which is long overdue, will be effective given the fact that we know illegal attempts will occur, which makes it even perhaps more dangerous?
Yeah, I want to congratulate you because you were the first person on national TV when you interviewed Dr. Fauci to raise the issue of the link between his gain-of-function studies and what happened in Wuhan with the COVID pandemic. As you pointed out, gain-of-function studies are the kind of science that is designed to make microbes and pathogens more virulent, more transmissible, and more deadly. It was in this country, they started doing it in 1947, the military and the intelligence agencies, in order to develop bioweapons. In 1969, President Nixon banned it all and shut down Fort Detrick, shut down all the labs. That ban, and then signed the Bioweapons Convention. That ban lasted till 2001. And after the anthrax attacks, Anthony Fauci essentially restarted the arms race. And the bioweapons arms race, and did it under the pretension of developing vaccines.
The bro basically restarted a bioweapons arms race, and we can't even bring this man up on charges because Biden gave him a blanket pardon. Crazy.
Because of the same science that you develop bio.
And this is why we can no longer trust the science. This is why y'all lost faith. Or trust the experts. Fauci. Every time you experts wonder, damn, why don't nobody trust us no more? Look at Fauci.
Weapons vaccines. In 2014, 3 of his bugs escaped, and 300 scientists wrote letters to President Obama asking him to shut down Anthony Fauci. President Obama declared a moratorium, but instead of shutting down his experiments, he moved them offshore, mainly to the Wuhan lab.
Hey, shout out to my man Zoloff hitting us with the American flags, man. Appreciate that.
And now, the principal institutions of our government, the CIA, the FBI, the State Department, Department of Energy, all say that it is most likely that those experiments resulted in the COVID-19 pandemic beginning in 2019. So President Trump today moved to shut down this kind of research in this country and to stop funding it abroad.
And shout out to Will You Teach Me. He says, hey, Bean, if you're a socialist, why ain't you sharing the wealth? Just complaining like y'all always do. Oh, man, hold on. I guess that's a direct hit with Bean. Shoot, if we go ahead and hit the goal, we can open that call-in line and maybe y'all two can debate that. That sounds like an interesting conversation. All right. Appreciate it, though, man.
I think this is the reason that Anthony Fauci was given a pardon by Joe Biden, and that in some way is linked to this gain-of-function funding.
I don't know what was going on in Joe Biden's head, but I think that Anthony Fauci probably asked for that pardon, knowing that he had some liabilities here that were more than reputational. They were legal liabilities.
A number of my friends who are in medical research, who are conservatives, big supporters of the president, they understand the need to streamline a lot of bureaucracy at HHS. They're also concerned about future federal funding of legitimate and good research projects. Do you have any updates on that? How that people can, rest easy that research will continue and it will continue to get some federal funding?
Yeah, and first of all, what we're cutting is waste, fraud, and abuse. We're streamlining an agency that grew by 38% in the 4 years that President Biden was in the White House, and we're dialing it back to the pre-Biden administration. And the agency was not doing what it was supposed to be doing, which is preventing disease, chronic disease, particularly in Americans. Americans during that period got sicker and sicker and sicker. Oh, and the agency is bloated. When I got there were 100 communications departments. There were 40 procurement departments, 40 IT departments, 40 HR departments.
Damn.
And we streamlined the agency. We got rid of the redundant.
And this is what I was saying. It did seem like, well, in his department, they had 4 people working one job. And now I know what you're saying, like said, well, I mean, isn't that how it usually works? People work shifts. Yeah, I know. But imagine this. It's like 4 people working the same job on the same shift. I know. That's what it was.
And that's how we save that money. We're not getting rid of any critical research. And we're not getting rid of any of the programs that.
Oh, and shout out to my man Foley. He said, don't forget my song or I'll get Dave. Now, what was your song?
Are critical to Americans' health care.
And the gender affirming care, there's a big controversy, obviously, about that. Can you tonight give us any updates about federal monies ever going toward that? I won't even call it medicine with young people.
Yeah, I mean, we've complied with the executive order and banned all federal money, all HHS money toward gender affirming research or toward surgeries that are essentially mutilation surgeries.
Obamacare, most people feel, has just turned into a complete disaster for the healthcare industry. Are there any potential revisions to Obamacare that will be possible with this narrow majority in Congress?
Well, it's hard for me to predict what Congress will do. We're doing a lot of things in HHS right now to make our delivery of that care more efficient. And there's probably about $159 billion worth of fraud that has not been detected. And we are using AI with the help of Elon
to
actually go out and detect that fraud and to end it. So we're going to be able to, again, streamline the systems that we do have, even if we never get congressional intervention or help. We're going to be able to make the agency much more efficient than it's been in the past.
And you think it'll be permanent? These changes ultimately will be permanent?
I can't guarantee that.
That's hard without Congress. You may have seen this over the weekend. New York Democrats, your old friends, Chuck Schumer and Kristen Gillibrand, blasting what they call.
And they're not talking about just taking down Obamacare. They're just pretty much saying, we got to work some things out in there. I mean, Trump did a pretty good job when he pretty much, took the regulation off. But other than that, I mean, there's probably some other things they can work on in there. I mean, we still got it, don't we? So y'all Dems could, stop crying.
Called a cruel effort to dismantle a 9/11 health program. Talking about more cuts from HHS. This is kind of typical. They do this with Trump as well. You're stealing Christmas. You're taking the dolls from the kids and the train sets because of the tariffs. But now it's cuts to those critical programs. Your response to them? They think it
President
resonates.
Trump has not cut the 9/11 program. We took that program and we took a lot of OSHA. And there was also a lot of complaints that we ended OSHA, but we've just consolidated that in a new sub-agency called the Administration for Healthier America. Well, those programs were not terminated as the media has reported. But they've simply been consolidated into a place that makes more sense.
Are you surprised about the Democrat Party, kind of where it is today, clearly at a crossroads?
I'm obviously surprised because I ran as a Democrat originally. And the Democratic Party that I grew up in does not exist anymore.
Man,
the party I grew up in was a party of peace.
I mean, the party he grew up in, the Democrats were for the people. Yeah, they used to be for the people, and now they're for, well, big corporations, and they do it through, well, legal aliens, and, well, trying to get these guys to have an excuse to leave the United States through trying to raise taxes and all that good stuff. So, yeah, like I said, the Dems, they say they're for the middle class, but really, they're for the elites. They're for the rich.
Now the party of war. It was the party of speech freedom and constitutional rights. It's now the party of censorship. It was the party that promoted women's sports. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, wrote Title IX and considered women's sports sacrosanct. And today, the Democratic Party is trying to dismantle Title IX. And I could go down a long list, but it's, as you know, it's very, very odd that President Trump is not only dictating the agenda of the Republican Party, but he is also dictating the agenda of the Democratic Party. They only have one issue, and that is we hate Donald Trump. You know, for many years, the Democrats were against NAFTA. And as soon as President Trump said, I'm against NAFTA, the Democrats became pro-NAFTA. And that is true across the board. So I hope in the future the Democratic Party start working on an agenda to help the middle class.
Yeah, that is true. Like, Dems used to be against NAFTA, now they're pro NAFTA, and exactly, it's like, bro, the old Dems are just looking at y'all crazy. Like, bro, what is this? So you're telling me just because of Trump agrees, now y'all disagree? Is like, what, are you just fighting him now? Like, hold on. Like, I'm sorry, I definitely did say it backwards, but y'all know what I'm talking about here. Here's the thing. There are values that Trump has that the Dems used to have, and now that they're against for some reason. Like, Nancy Pelosi was for going with a trade war with China. She had a whole diagram and was speaking and had a pretty good speech on it. But what happened to that now? I mean, now she's inside trading, making money, and now she don't care.
Help the American public, but right now that's entirely the purview of President Trump's agenda.
Well, the Democrats are saying now that you're trying to create a database of autism patients to track them and to watch them, and they're using that as a real inflection point in this very critical debate about why we have so much autism in the United States. Your reaction or response to that charge?
Well, you know, one of the problems that we've had at CDC and NIH and FDA has been a kind of data chaos, and particularly around the issue of autism, where not only do they not understand, and they can't tell us the etiology, the origins of why are we having an epidemic, but they deny an epidemic exists. And even though every year the numbers go up, we've gone 1 in 10,000 in 1970, 1 in every 31 kids today. In California, which has the best database, it's 1 in every 20 children, 1 in every 12.5 boys. This is an existential disease. Every other disease like this has a registry, and it's voluntary, so that public health officials can monitor the numbers. It's not private information. It's not information that is going to go out to other agencies. It's a voluntary system where your privacy is protected. Just a system for keeping track of a disease that is now becoming debilitating to the American people.
Well, we need that. We need that for COVID, vaccine injuries, all of this. Mr. Secretary, you're tackling a lot at the same time. No wonder they're filing so many.
I don't know, man. I blame poor health. When it comes to measles, man, I don't know. Like, man, really? An old illness? Yeah. Yep. I blame poor health. But then again, that's kind of how it was with COVID a little bit. Like, most of the people who did die of COVID was people who are already in poor health. Sad, but true. All right, let's get right to this one. Shout out to our man Lutnick. Yeah, he got some words for us.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's get an update on tariffs and trade. We have Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Secretary Lutnick, thank you, old friend. Now, I know that Wall Street wants deals, but they have to be good deals. I understand that. As a supporter of the president's reciprocity policy, it's got to be fair trade, tariffs, non-tariff barriers, and so forth. What's your outlook right now? I know last week you seemed optimistic about something close in. What can you tell us today?
I feel really, really good, right? Remember, the president came out with tariffs that were pretty high. And then he said, look, I'll drop it down to 10%. Tell me what you're going to do for America. It's not fair. We have $1.2 trillion trade deficit. And what people don't really think about much is if you knock that down 25% and at a $900 billion trade deficit, that's 1% GDP for the United States of America. I mean, $300 billion of trade, 1% for America. And people just don't think about it. You start bringing those factories home, that's another point of GDP. You could have the gentleman in the Oval Office drive 2 and 3 points GDP to the United States of America from behind his desk. And that is just so much fun.
The best part of that would be market openings, it seems to me. I mean, our economy, if we hit on all cylinders because of the Trump program, tax cuts, deregulation, spending restraint, energy, trade, etc., we will grow faster than the rest of the world. My view, we'll never eliminate the trade deficit, nor should we. The trick is, however, more exports, more market access from countries that have denied us market access.
I mean, people don't think.
And that opens up demand for American products, which means, hey, we're going to need more factories for that.
But think about how great America is, right? We invent
more
everything,
jobs.
right? The iPhone.
Shoot, not just more factories, but more jobs in general.
One of the greatest AI chips, all these things, pharmaceuticals, they've all been invented by America. Why is our GDP growth so similar to the rest of the world? It's because we're feeding the rest of the world with these trade deficits, and they close their markets to us, and we open our markets to them. It's time for that to become more fair. If they open their markets to us and we can export and we bring back those great manufacturing jobs, right? Why are all these AI chips, why should they all be made in Taiwan? Why should they be made in America? Start building these factories in America, and you're going to start to see our GDP basically lap all the other countries in the world because we are the creator. We are it.
Who's first up?
Oh,
who's
great
on the
countries.
docket?
Always, it's got to be a top 10 economy. If it's not a top 10 economy, it's not fun. So, of course, it's going to be a top 10
That
economy.
narrows it.
What's that?
A top 10 economy from Asia?
Listen, the Asian markets are very complex. And there's a lot of talking to do, right? To get these things right, you've got to do a lot of talking. Now, we've only got 90 days and we only got 60 left. So these things are coming, but you got to be patient. Now, we're going to get some deals done pretty soon. The president will decide when he announces it because remember, I'm his commerce secretary. I do the work, but the boss, and you know the boss as well as anybody in the world.
I do.
And this is his deal to make.
But I'm told.
And his deal to do.
No, I appreciate that. It's got to be a good deal. But I'm told, for example, India has already brought tariffs down quite a bit on paper, to be sure. Now they have 1 million regulations of non-tariff barriers, which my hunch is probably holding things up, but they have brought their tariffs down quite a bit. Is that fair?
That is fair. India's at the table, really doing extraordinary things.
I mean, I wonder what it is now, because 70 was, woo. I mean, they did not care. Talking about protecting your domestic economy. I mean, no wonder y'all had deflation. Like, who was selling into India with 70% tariffs? And that just wasn't on us. That was like on everybody.
Things that no one else has ever done. Donald Trump will change the way trade is done. You know, it used to be 2 years to do a little deal. Now we're doing gigantic deals in 90 days. So he's going to open these markets in a way the markets have never been opened before. He's going to help America grow in a way that it hasn't grown before. We're going to bring factories home, pharmaceuticals, autos, right? Semiconductors. Those factories are going to start coming home, and you're going to see growth in America as we build those factories. And I'm telling you, this feels really, really good.
As you know, John Carney, the new Prime Minister of Canada, is coming to town tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Mark Carney, sorry. John Carney is a good economist at Breitbart. So Mark Carney, whom I've met, is central banker. Are you optimistic? Can we make a deal with Canada?
I think it's really complex. I think this is really complex because they have been basically feeding off of us for decades upon decades upon decades, right? They have their socialist regime, and it's basically feeding off of America. I mean, the president calls that out all the time. Why do we make cars in Canada? Why do we do our films?
Yeah, no, we voluntarily give business to Canada. So when Trump said we subsidize them, I mean, if you want to give the literal definition of subsidize, then yeah, you're being a bit tongue-in-cheek right now. Well, Trump's being a bit tongue-in-cheek the way he used subsidize. We really just voluntarily give these guys business. Like I said, we don't really, they don't got to make our cars. We can pretty much bring that here. Lumber, we have plenty of lumber here. So there's not too much they can really do for us. Maybe even energy, but drill, baby, drill. And then what?
In Canada, come on. So I think the president's going to have, I think it's going to be a fascinating meeting. I'm glad I'm going to be there listening, but it's going to be a fascinating meeting tomorrow. I just don't see how it works out so perfectly.
But you're not going to bust up USMCA. That deadline is next year for the final review.
Correct. So next year is coming. So a lot of things.
So if it's USMCA compliant, you're okay.
I think for now it's okay, but I think what you should expect to see is a real revisiting of USMCA in a year, because Donald Trump, remember what was fun about USMCA, remember when he renegotiated the deal, he wanted an exit clause in 3 years. And they said, no way, we're only going to have a 6-year exit clause because we don't want to negotiate with you. And now the Biden election went the way, with the election getting stolen from our president. And now here they are negotiating with Donald Trump. And I don't think they're very happy about that.
One thing I want to add, I don't know. I mean, Mr. Trump says that China and the U.S. have been in discussions at some level. Sometimes the Chinese say yes, sometimes the Chinese say no. I don't know what the right story is. I do want to say this as someone who was on the China trade team in the first term, and we negotiated the so-called phase one deal. Secretary Howard Lutnick, they did not comply. They did not.
What a shock.
They did not comply on fentanyl. They did not comply on intellectual property theft. They did not comply on ending forced transfer of technologies. They did not comply on food commodities or manufacturing commodities. In short, they didn't comply with anything.
So this is experience talking, right? You were at the table last time.
I'm not their biggest fan.
I know China just don't listen. Like, you got to make China come to the table. It's like you have no choice. And I kind of see Trump's overall plan of tariffing everybody, because that was kind of the only way to isolate China. In some way, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna have to give it to him. He kind of knew that everybody else would concede, but China would be playing hard man. And well, look what's that's leaving China with a failing economy, mass factory shutdowns and mass unemployment. The problem is, I mean, their economy was already in the tank from their housing crisis.
So you know that our president, right, has a very clear and very knowledgeable view of this. He's no neophyte. He's been through this before, and he wants it to be a fair trading relationship with China, and he assumes they're going to keep doing what they always do. So he says, look, I've got to have a tariff on them. I have to have a tariff on them.
While the talks are going on.
Always. So let's de-escalate. Of course, that's the concept. Let's figure out a way to de-escalate
we did
together.
That the last time too, Howard. We did that the last time. They just cannot be trusted. I mean, I'm saying Wall Street.
I know. That's why we got to damn near destroy their economy or get their people to overthrow them. Either way, there's a lot of disruption going on in China, and they cannot last too much longer. I mean, the experts, some experts are really giving them 45 days. I was like, damn, y'all putting 45 days on their economy, and it makes sense. Makes sense. Trust me, the tariffs make it worse day by day.
I hear this from Wall Street and bankers. China, let's get something going with China. Okay, fine. Let's get something going with China. But China never implements these deals. That's the problem.
Well, we're an open market, and they're a managed closed market. Their government decides everything, and our government basically wants our people to just thrive and be entrepreneurial and get their deals done. So I think it's just a different way of thinking. Donald Trump understands it. He's going to be the driver of that policy, and I'm excited that he's at the desk because he's the person.
You can be involved in those talks, China talks.
Well, I think we've given it. Well, of course, there's lots of pieces to it, but Scott Bessent is heading that up.
Yeah.
And that's his, and I'm only responsible for all the other countries. I got plenty to do.
I would love to see progress. I would, but I just have to say, from my experience, they never comply. And that's what makes China, China. And it's a terrible story. I mean, we had the tariffs on.
I know. But now we're kind of squeezing their economy at the right moment. Now we got a reason to make them comply. And the last time we hit them with the tariffs, like I said, they just shipped out to Vietnam and Mexico. That's one of the reasons why we put mass tariffs on the world. Well, pretty much tariff the world because because we know how China plays. Like, all right, cool. They'll just try to go to the guy who's not tariffed and get their products through them. Yeah, they've done it before and they'll do it again. So let's just stop them in their tracks.
I got to get out. I know you're a busy chap.
But you're a completely different person on this TV because you sat there and you did it. You're not talking about ideas. You are speaking from experience and knowledge.
Bob Lighthizer, who is a trade genius, all right, there's no better negotiator than Bob Lighthizer. There's probably no one more knowledgeable than Bob Lighthizer. Okay, these are the best in the business. He led us, Mnuchin, myself, Wilbur Ross, and so forth. We went down. We did everything we could. We went there, here. Cut a deal, much ballyhoo. They didn't do it. They didn't do it, including the fentanyl. We just had Attorney General Bondi on here. They didn't make good on the fentanyl problem. Nope. So I'm just saying, make a deal with Vietnam, India, South Korea, Taiwan, all of them. Make a deal with them before you make a deal with China. You can't cause China.
We got to isolate China. I mean, and that's been the goal. I mean, trust me, he sees it as well. The goal is to isolate China. We're trying to we already got Japan on board. We got Korea on board. It's like we also got a Vietnam on board. So yeah, we kind of left. China ain't got no Asian homies right now. We pretty much got them all on our side. Sorry, China, but this is what we got to do because you do everybody dirty. So trust me, there's people really trying to get from under China, and we're America. We're giving them a way out. And shout out to us once again, providing freedom any way we can. Hey, look, it's better to spread what? A free trade. Look, better to spread free trade than democracy. I mean, that ain't work out too well for us. So let's try free trade. Fair trade.
I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Sunday. I'm glad you're here. Very important program. We have Newt Gingrich coming on, as well as Adam Sohn, who's going to pull the bark of.
And shout out to my man. He said, will you teach me? He said, need to reach that goal. Being really forgot that the Democrats have been banning everything they disagree with. Forgot why Elon bought Twitter. Schools banned to kill a mockingbird before CP books. Wait, what? Really? I mean, oh, wow. I did not know that one, but well. Bruh. And shout out. Oh, you bringing us ever so closer. Hold on.
Of all the money coming into this country from terrorist and communist regimes, brainwashing your children and undermining our country. You're not going to want to miss that. But before we do, President Trump is trying to defend the election, your vote. He's trying to defend separation of powers in the Constitution from a judicial tyranny that is more aggressive than ever before. Justice Jackson, in these comments she made attacking Donald Trump, which I'll get to in 1 second, she's not doing anything of the kind, and neither are the judges.
Hold on, now let's get into my man Mark Levin. I want y'all to pay attention to this because this man is going over the judicial tyranny. Like, bro, there is something up with these judges, the judicial branch, that it is going against the executive branch, and it's kind of colluding with the legislative branch, and that's not a balance of power. It's like, checks and balances. Yeah, I mean, it's not really too much of a balance if we got two sides against one or two branches against one. That's not how this was supposed to work. But let's go.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Sunday. I'm glad you're here. Very important program. We have Newt Gingrich coming on, as well as Adam Sohn, who's going to pull the bark off of all the money coming into this country from terrorist and communist regimes, brainwashing your children and undermining our country. You're not going to want to miss that. But before we do, President Trump is trying to defend the election, your vote. He's trying to defend separation of powers in the Constitution from a judicial tyranny that is more aggressive than ever before. Justice Jackson, in these comments she made attacking Donald Trump, which I'll get to in 1 second, she's not doing anything of the kind, and neither are the judges. They are defending judicial despotism. They are defending the power that doesn't belong to them, but belongs to we, the sovereign people of the United States. There's quite a big difference between that. Among other things, the president has faced 225 lawsuits. 225 lawsuits in 100 days, interfering in foreign policy and national security, deportations, governmental spending, eliminating programs and reorganizing departments, which is his job as the executive, on transgender rights, on DEI, on tariffs, on the content of websites, on access to executive branch data and records to review it, on non-citizens voting and registering in federal elections, reductions in the federal workforce, collective bargaining agreements in the federal workforce, freezing funds to Harvard, law firms requiring them to have security clearances and check conflicts of interest. And the list goes on and on and on in these 225 cases. And these judges are abusing their power. They know they're abusing their power. They're issuing these national injunctions to cripple the executive branch, to overturn the results of an election. It is an insurrection. That's exactly what it is. And so what happens? The most radical left wing of the justices, who is Ketanji Brown Jackson, she receives a standing ovation on Thursday for trashing Donald Trump, who's defending the Constitution. Across the nation, she says, judges are facing increased threats of not only physical violence, but also professional retaliation for doing our jobs. And the attacks are not random. They seem designed to intimidate those of us who serve in this critical capacity. Although she didn't mention President Trump, Jackson's remarks were addressed to, quote, the elephant in the room following repeated attacks on the judiciary by the president, as they say. She went on for 18 minutes. Now, I want you to remember something. Justice Jackson never opened her mouth when the court was under attack by Biden, when justices were under attack, when people are in front of their homes chanting and yelling. Not once did she open her mouth when her Democrat radical left-wing friends, whether it was Biden or in Congress or anywhere else, were trying to change the makeup of the court, the construct of the Supreme Court. Not once, as a private citizen, as a lower federal judge, as a Supreme Court justice, did she open her mouth. Remember this? When Schumer attacked Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, she said nothing. Go.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price.
Wow.
He said absolutely nothing. There's a direct threat, don't you?
I mean, but you know, let MAGA say something like that to the Supreme Court justices. That's all, you know, a little bit on the left. Yeah, they would say that we're trying to intimidate these guys, trying to force our way. Oh, we knew you guys was a fascist regime. Isn't this fascism right here, where you guys are afraid of any ideas that aren't your own? You reject any ideas that aren't your own. You want a run rule system. I mean, come on now, man. Let's be real.
Do you think Donald Trump has never said anything like that ever about any judge, let alone a Supreme Court justice? And Schumer, the gig is up. He explained exactly what they were doing. They were packing the courts with progressives, leftists, Democrats to do exactly what they're doing. Check this out from less than a month ago. Go.
There are those who believe that we are in real time living through an assault on the constitutional order. Do you believe that we are in a constitutional crisis right now?
Yes, our democracy is at risk because Donald Trump shows that he wishes to violate the laws in many, many different ways. The good news here is we did put 235 judges, progressive judges, judges not under the control of Trump last year on the bench, and they are ruling against Trump time after time after time. And we hope that the...
So y'all pretty much say y'all inserted judges pretty much just to get in the way of Donald Trump. I mean, damn, isn't that kind of manipulating the courts? So you kind of manipulated one branch of the government and nobody said anything. Huh.
The appellate courts, when it gets up there, and the Supreme Court will uphold those rulings. They restored the money to NIH.
But do you remember, ladies and gentlemen, with the Dobbs decision and the leak of the draft, how the Supreme Court justices were treated and how silent Joe Biden was? I don't remember Justice Jackson opening her mouth about any of that either. And the constant, unrelenting attack on the Supreme Court and the justices, the defaming and the smearing of the court by Joe Biden. He did it his entire term. Check this out. Go.
President Biden doesn't have a view on whether or not protesters ought to show up at the private homes of Supreme Court justices. Watch this.
Are you serious?
The president believes in peaceful protest. He believes that's part of our democracy and part of the history of the United States and this country. But he also respects and understands the independence of the third branch of government and, I mean, obviously the Justice Department, but also the role of the Supreme Court and what they play. So I wouldn't say he has a view on that.
You don't care. people die.
Yeah, here's the problem. You shouldn't be allowed to intimidate Supreme Court justices, because that's kind of like, forcing them to vote a certain way. Because let's be real, like, they might fear for their life. They might be intimidated by this. So this should not be allowed in any way, shape, or form. I don't care who it is. I don't even care if it's a liberal Supreme Court justice. I don't care if the Supreme Court justice says that non-citizens should be citizens. Yeah, I wouldn't do this.
Pro-life is a lie. You don't care if people die.
Like, bruh, outside the crib?
No peace.
Like, bruh, the crib, though. I couldn't wait to the courthouse, bro. Like, man, wild.
Decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power.
Bruh.
You're about to realize just how much you get right about.
I'm weak. And that is where my man, Speaker Johnson, look at this man's face, bro. This man's face says it all. He's just like, I cannot stand for this. I am not standing for this. Bro's face says it all right there and then. Like, did this man really just sit right there in front of Supreme Court justices and say, yo, you're going to learn today? Like, what?
Clearly, for all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what the president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle.
I mean, hold on. I heard that.
Clearly, for all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what the president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle, and it's a dangerous precedent, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States.
Huh?
The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone.
Whoa. I mean, so like I said, it was okay when y'all was doing it. It was okay. That man said, you know what, bro? It's just Big Biden. There ain't nobody but me, Big Biden. Like, what? He said, you know what? F the Supreme Court, man. It's me, Big Biden. I'm the Supreme Court. I'm the legislative branch. F all. Like, bro, literally just said a middle finger to the entire checks and balance system. Literally just had a whole middle finger to it. Like, pretty much just F the Constitution and all that good stuff. Okay. All right, Biden.
President Biden, the Congressional Black Caucus said the Supreme Court has thrown into question its own legitimacy. Is this a rogue court?
This is not a normal court.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was even worse than that.
Admit it.
Here I have in front of me the Presidential Commission on the Supreme Court of the United States. Now, it was almost 300 pages long. Why is a president putting a commission together on the Supreme Court of the United States? Read your Constitution. He has no ability to do anything on the Supreme Court of the United States. Congress has power to limit or increase the number of justices on the court. That's the only power they have when it comes to the Supreme Court. Of course, they create the lower courts and have a lot more power with regard to them. But a presidential commission on the Supreme Court, this was an intimidation tactic. And it was done through an executive order, 14023. And they issued the report in December 2021, almost 300 pages, endless number of advisors, endless number of topics. They're investigating the Supreme Court of the United States to intimidate it. To intimidate it. And that's all they do. And Justice Jackson never opened her mouth as a lower federal court judge or as a Supreme Court justice. And neither did all the clapping seals judges who were applauding her a few days back. CNN, Biden calls for major Supreme Court reforms, including term limits and so forth. July 29, 2024, he called for major Supreme Court reforms, including, in addition to term limit, the binding code of conduct for the high court. It's a separation of powers, by the way. Politico, June 2024. The president appeared at a star-studded fundraiser in Los Angeles that raised record sums, about $30 million, and Biden rips into the Supreme Court, calls appointments one of the scariest part of the second Trump term. And it's more than that. Here we have Biden says Supreme Court is out of control, orders HHS to protect abortion rights. It's out of control. July 8, 2022. Biden issues Supreme Court warning. Biden urged to take a blowtorch to the Supreme Court after the Roe ruling. That is 2022. It's not just related to Roe. You've got it related to the student loans. You got it related to immigration. Political. Biden rips into the Supreme Court. What else? Newsweek. Biden steps up attack on the Supreme Court. Biden's dangerous Supreme Court criticism unprecedented, experts say. More. BBC. Biden criticizes extreme Supreme Court and push for reform. You know, President Trump has never done any of this. He defends the presidency, the Constitution, separation of powers, and we the people and our votes, our franchise, against out-of-control judges. It's a completely different argument that Trump's making. Trump is making a fundamental argument about the construct of our government and the Constitution. Jackson and her leftist buddies and Biden and the Democrats are attacking the independence of the judicial system. Schumer just admits we put 200.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Them student loans forgiveness unconstitutional, according to the Supreme Court. And he did get some of them through. So he did say F the Supreme Court at a certain point. Like they told him to stop, and he was like, nope. Then they made him stop, and then they said, you guys are out of control. Like, bruh, we told you to stop.
120.
But man, like I said, the Dems didn't care about the Supreme Court when Biden was in office. But now they do all of a sudden.
5 progressives, aka radical leftists on the court to thwart Trump in case he got elected. There's a completely different.
The Dems got real quiet. They got real quiet.
Different approach. One is evil, theirs. One is good, Trump's. Trump's not seeking to pack a court. He hasn't done any of that. But let's go on. NBC News 2024. Senate Democrats blast Supreme Court's ethical crisis as investigations conclude. A lengthy investigation by Senate Democrats into alleged ethical lapses by Supreme Court justices has ended the release of a report. Of course, they kept Sotomayor out of it, and she's the most unethical of all the justices. Democrats bemoan the fact that Chief Justice Roberts declined to speak to the Judiciary Committee, which is chaired by Senator Richard Durbin, a hack who's retiring. But the Chief Justice shouldn't lower himself to get involved in the politics of Congress. They also called for Congress to pass a law to put in place a more rigorous code. Congress can't put a more rigorous code in place. It's the Supreme Court of the United States. That is, it's an independent judicial system.
Yeah, and God, you're pretty much asking for the disruption of this checks and balance system that we got.
So while they pretend to support an independent judicial system, what they really mean is we're going to attack these conservative justices. We're going to attack the independence of the court. We're not just going to attack their rulings. We want to completely change it. Why? Because Woodrow Wilson, the first of the early progressives, said our power comes through the courts, our judges, the unelected elements of the government. We must create this massive administrative state. Who's taking on the administrative state? Trump, Musk, the administration, who you elected to do exactly that. And all these lawsuits are intended to thwart them, to stop them from cutting spending, from cutting the workforce, from reducing the size of government, from eliminating programs. They're trying to freeze them in place to serve the interests of the Democrat Party. That's their power base, not we the people, government. And they have their judges in place. Woodrow Wilson told them, put your judges in place.
So when they lost Congress, when they lost the legislative branch, they said, all right, cool. We'll just fill up the judicial branch. Pretty much took that over. And this is why we're having the problems we're having today. It's because, these guys really don't care about checks and balances. They really don't. But, they'll preach it for convenience, of course.
FDR, when he came to the Supreme Court and pushing through his New Deal, well, a lot of the justices said, that's socialism. That's not supported by the Constitution. So he sought to crush the Supreme Court, destroy its independence. The first president of the United States to seek to pack the court. It was so bad that the Democrats then said no. Today, the Democrats say yes because they've changed 100%. They're now of the American Marxist one-party rule ideology. Trump is fighting it. Trump's standing up to it. You literally have a Supreme Court justice that comes off her cloud and speaks to a group and makes a public political speech she knows the media will love, because the media hate us too. Trashing the effort of the President of the United States, who is under attack by these progressive judges. The truth is, if we had a functioning judiciary, she would be forced to resign. That's how bad what she said is. That's how out of control and out of line her comments were. You have something to say, you save it for your opinions. And I can't wait to read your opinion in which you explain to the American people how their vote doesn't matter, how the president has to beg and look over his shoulder to make for 225 progressive judges agree with what he has to say. Justice, I can't wait for your opinion to show us where that is in the Constitution. It's nowhere in the Constitution.
Because that means the president will be beholden to the judicial branch, and that's not checks and balances. And the only reason why the Dems are even sticking up for this is because, well, the judicial branch is on their side. They're pretty much going for their agenda, so they're all for them taking over. They're all for them pretty much getting in the way of Trump's agenda, even though it doesn't go along with the checks and balances.
You're defending a post-constitutional, all-powerful judiciary. That's despotism. Here's another one. Fox News. Democrats attack conservative Supreme Court justices, but have long ignored liberal justices' ethical issues. Here we have Politico. Dems revive calls for Clarence Thomas's resignation. Right. Well, I'll start my call for Jackson's resignation. What do we have here? Democrats attack Clarence Thomas's wife, which they constantly do, Ginny Thomas, in a bid for his recusal from the Trump case. Newsweek, 40 years, as I said, of attacks and slurs against Thomas. 40 years against a black justice, a conservative, a constitutional.
I mean, what you mean? The libs only like you if you're black and liberal. They don't like if you're black and conservatives. Then they feel free to call you what they truly think about black people.
A patriot. Newsweek, what the disgusting racism against Justice Thomas reveals about the anti-racist side, so-called, an opinion piece. Now they hate Alito. See, because he was the author of the Dobbs decision. Oh, we got to get Alito. Get him. What do we do? Smear the hell out of him. They held Justice Alito infuriates Democrats with upside down flag. It's alarming. It's appalling. The same Democrats who defend the Nazis in our streets, the same Democrats who defend a wife beater, the same Democrats that defend Hamas and tell us it's free speech. So his wife puts a flag up, flying upside down, and it's a national scandal. Sick. 48 House Democrats, Huffington Post, call on Samuel Alito to recuse himself from the January 6 cases because his wife flew a flag that a lot of people fly, but they were carrying her around. He's got to recuse himself. That wife of his, what is she doing with that flag? Networks rally to run new Alito conspiracy theory up the flagpole. Newsbusters, because they all are one and the same. Now let's talk about attacks on the court. I just laid out for you in about 15 minutes time, and I could have done it all day long, on how the Democrats attack this court, on how Biden attacks the court, but they don't just attack the opinions. They're trying to destroy the independence of the court and the construct of the court and the construct of separation of powers. They want an all-powerful judiciary as long as they control it, as long as they pack it. And if you don't go along, they seek to destroy you. Clarence Thomas, Alito, other judges, and other judicial nominees.
And like mob mentality. If you don't get down, like you're gonna lay down. And that's kind of how the Dems have been. Well, at least in the judicial courts. I mean, at least with their politicians, they're like, bro, if you don't get down, you're out of the club. But with the justices, it's kind of like, yeah, bro, if you don't get down, you're gonna lay down, or we're gonna try to get you up out of here through harassment or whatever other means. Yeah, that's pretty much harassment and bullying. That's all they got.
FDR tried to pack the court.
Come up, though.
Not through changes by amendment to the Constitution or anything of the sort. He just wanted to pack the court to get his way. Tyrant. That was tyranny. What else has been going on with the court? How about Harry Reid and Barack Obama? Harry Reid and Barack Obama conspired to add 3 more judges on the second most powerful court. Do you remember this? The D.C. Circuit Court. That court was divided 4-4 with 6 senior status judges. Most of them were Republican. So Obama wasn't getting the rulings he wanted. So what did he do? They added 3 more judges to that court. And it didn't deserve those judges based on their workload. But Obama wanted to control the court. And so the Democrats to this day control the D.C. Court of Appeals, the appellate court.
Wow. So they've been doing this for a while. Yo, they have literally been doing this for a while. Pretty much been trying to take over the judicial system for a minute.
Because Obama and Reid put 3 Obama leftists on that court where they sit today. What else did Harry Reid do? Harry Reid removed the filibuster from the nominations of lower court judges. The nuclear option, they called it. Never been done before. Now, Mitch McConnell returned the favor when it came to the Supreme Court, and that's one in his favor. But it was the Democrats who decided we're going to change all the rules. We want to pack the courts. If we have to increase the numbers of judges, we'll increase the number of judges. But we've got to get our ideologues on the court. And so that's what they did. Since Majority Leader Harry Reid changed Senate rules to ease the approval of most of President Barack Obama's nominees, Democrats have churned through confirmations of dozens of new judges, Politico, giving them lifetime appointments that will extend the administration's influence for years to come. They don't believe in elections. Power, one-party power, like Justice Jackson. Is Obama trying to pack the court? This is in the Hill. Yeah, and they did. They packed the D.C. Circuit Court. Justice Jackson thinks this is all great because she never said a damn thing. But when Donald Trump is trying to defend the office of the presidency, separation of powers, the Constitution, from what Chuck Schumer and Obama and Biden did to the judiciary, he's the one.
And shout out to my man BTK. He says courts are flooded with leftists that Republicans let in. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Ain't that though? Yeah, there is a bit of accountability on both sides right there. I mean, well, them for pretty much plotting this evil scheme, and then for the Republicans for just kind of rolling over and letting it go down. Now, there was probably somewhere they could have stopped this, but it is what it is. But still, though, it's like, dang, to really try to subvert the whole checks and balance system. And you know, it's so funny when I played this video, like I said, the dams got really quiet. So I'm actually happy I played this. And shout out to my man BTK. Appreciate the support, man. But hey, though, what way to bring back, you know, holding both sides accountable.
One we have to fear. This is a battle between we the people and the ruling class. I've said it over and over again. Donald Trump must win this fight, and we must be heard.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
I mean, yeah, because they're kind of stopping what the American people want for their own agenda, and the left is loving it. They're the losers, and it's kind of like the losers are finding a way to stop the winners. And yeah, of course, the left is loving it, loving every bit of it. Because why? Because what we voted for is not getting enacted. And guess what? It's not because unconstitutional. It's just because you got a couple radical judges. Well, a whole lot of radical judges, excuse me.
Just on the racetrack, journalism got out. Just on the racetrack, journalism got out jockeyed at the White House.
I want to treat people fairly, whether they voted for me or not. I want to have a unified country. It's very hard because the media is so fake, including, like even the way you ask questions. Every question is asked in a negative vein. There's a toy company that took a toddler's, whatever. But you don't talk about the fact that gasoline is down at numbers that nobody believes possible.
We try to make sure every question is fair, Mr. President.
Look, every question you ask says a very negative slant.
No, but look, I'm just curious.
I'm fine for responding to you. I don't think you're very difficult at all to respond to be honest with you. But you know what? You should ask some positive things.
No one expects NBC to be a suck up. It's NBC. But they have to acknowledge some good things are happening. And the fact that they can't do that proves who they're rooting for. And it's not America.
Prices are already going up on some popular items. Tires, strollers.
This is such a dishonest interview already. Prices are down on groceries. Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for all energy. Prices are down at tremendous numbers for gasoline.
Inflation's down across the board since Trump's been reelected. And NBC's cherry picking 2.
Yeah, inflation's at like 2.3. Yep. Inflation's at 2.3%, everybody. So shout out.
Products. But for years gave Joe a pass. Trump gets sworn in and NBC starts checking price tags like a penny pincher at a flea market.
Small businesses say they are being hurt by the Chinese tariffs, and some could be forced to shut
And
down.
many businesses are being helped.
Are you
Look at the
considering
automobile
tariff
business.
relief for small businesses?
Why do you always mention that, you pick up a couple of little businesses? What about the car business? They're going to make a fortune because of the tariffs. Do you know that the union, the head of the union, who was no fan of...
I'm like, and sorry, but who employs the most people? Like, bro, is it small business or big business? Let's be honest. And like I said, I'm not saying that I don't feel for them. I'm just saying, like, let's be honest. Which one's more beneficial? Well, to the economy and the American people.
Of mine, Fane.
Like, we love our small businesses, trust me, but we do understand the main objective is to add jobs, to the middle class. So, I hope you small businesses get the agenda.
Fane, I guess his name is, right? He didn't endorse me. The Teamsters did. A lot of people did. A lot of unions did. But he didn't. He couldn't stand me. Now he's saying, wow, what's Trump's done for the automobile? I can't believe it. He said, we've been waiting 40 years for somebody to do what Trump is doing. So why don't you mention the big car industry instead of mentioning somebody that's doing strollers?
The media worship Barack for bailing out Detroit. Bin Laden's dead. General Motors is alive. That was the Obama-Biden re-election pitch, remember? But now Trump's saving the car business, and he's not even doing it with taxpayer dollars. And the media wants to talk about something else with 4 wheels, strollers, even though they don't want you to have a baby to push them in. Then Kristen Welker made a confession. She wants the border unsecured.
I mean, they want to talk about toys, but then they want you to abort your kids, though. It's like, talk about strollers, but are for abortion, and want to talk about toys, but they don't want to have kids. You guys are real funny.
Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded. Is the border
Is that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah.
And shout out, Will You Teach Me? Says, whoa, calm down, B. You getting reckless with your words. We making money and stacking racks. Move or get pushed. That's what I heard. I'm weak. Shout out to my man, Will You Teach Me? Appreciate the support, man.
It's really secure. Isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country? Isn't that a nice statement?
Well, I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place.
By the way,
even
it
though
means
you're saying
exactly
the border's
what you
secure.
said. It means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question
complicated.
becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point? Is it necessary? Because obviously the military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Welker thinks the border's too safe. Can we go back to Biden when there was no national emergency and we just let everybody in? Trump's emergency powers are what's keeping the border secured. During the pandemic, they never asked Biden, when are you going to give up your emergency powers? But Trump's only allowed to yield power for what, 100 days? He's fixing things too quickly?
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know.
as
It seems it might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials.
Even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said.
NBC took that and said, yep, we told you he's a dictator. They ran this headline. Trump, asked if he has to uphold the Constitution, says, I don't know.
New hoax alert. New hoax alert. New hoax alert.
The I don't know hoax. Trump says he's not a lawyer, but his brilliant lawyers are going to follow the orders of the Supreme Court. Get ready to get sick of that hoax. Trump's got a mass deportation mandate. Lower court judges can't let us commit national suicide. Biden let our country get invaded, and the court never stepped in to stop it. Trump was elected to stop the invasion, and now the courts step in. So the invasion doesn't get stopped? No. You can't have a functioning sovereign country if you let millions of people invade, give them lawyers, and squatters' rights. 20 million migrant trials. It took Diddy almost a year before jury selection. But Welker wasn't finished.
What do you say to those who believe you are taking the country down an authoritarian path?
Well, there you go again. Why don't you ask it a different way? Many people wanted to come into our country. Many people love Trump. I won the election. They didn't win the election. I got a lot more votes than they did. I think there was a lot of hanky-panky going on, but it was too big to rig. That's the good news. It's too big to rig. But let me just say, so when you make these statements about people say this, people, well, you know, they had their chance at the election and they lost big. So you should ask the question differently. You should say, what about the people?
That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people fail to understand that, bro, both Kamala and Trump laid out their plan, laid out their economic plan, social plan, all that good stuff. And we chose Trump. Majority of the people chose Trump, like 75 million, okay? Most of the states chose Trump. I mean, y'all lost all 7 of the swing states and the electoral and the popular vote. You guys have to at least concede that, yeah, majority of the people in America actually know what's going on and they're okay with what Trump's doing. And we're willing to wait it out. I mean, you guys don't want to wait it out, and that's perfectly fine because you didn't vote for it, but we did. So calm down.
People that want to be in this country? What about the people that love this country?
When journalists pretend they're not biased, they're obviously lying. And that proves their bias. But they're not just biased against Trump, they're biased against the country. Welker then said, all right, let's cut to the chase. You're running for a 3rd term, right?
Are you seriously considering a 3rd term, Mr. President, even though it's prohibited by the Constitution? Or is this about staying politically viable?
I will say this. So many people want me to do it. I have never had requests so strong as that. But it's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do. I don't know if that's constitutional that they're not allowing you to do it or anything else, but there are many people selling the 2028 hat. But this is not something I'm looking to do. I'm looking to have 4 great years and turn it over to somebody.
It feels like the media really wants Trump to run again, doesn't it? Just so they can say, see, we told you he's Mussolini. They want to be right so badly, the Democrats are begging for Trump to throw them in jail. AOC says, handcuff me, Homan.
He was going to threaten to refer me to DOJ.
I mean, AOC, like, bro, stand down. Stand down. You will go to jail. Like, bruh, yes, if you are out here trying to help these guys evade ICE or deportation, I'm sorry, but
Going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
for some reason, Dems just do not understand that. And it is kind of funny how I do have some guys kind of tripping about the whole, oh, well, it's not really a man. I'm like, bro, you guys lost every section of the election. Like, there's 3 things that it was based off of, man. 3 things. And the main thing was the electoral vote. You lost that. The popular vote, you lost that. All of the swing states, all of them. Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys can't really say nothing at that point. And then even when you go inside the states that you won, is damn near painted red.
Because I'm using my free speech rights in order to advise people of their constitutionally guaranteed protections. And he may want to do it again today. And to that I say, come for me. You're going to have to come for me.
AOC has a persecution fetish. She wants to be a political prisoner so badly for the attention so that she can be right about Trump for once and the mugshot. That mugshot helped Trump win the White House, and AOC has her eye on the prize. Trump should just arrest her just to make her the nominee. So, Vance.
Hey, you know what? Actually, I stand corrected, man. I stand corrected. You're right. You're right. It wasn't 75 million. It was 77 million. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was 77. Like, appreciate that, man. I really do. And oh man, definitely killed y'all in that electoral vote. I'm sorry. We just needed 270, but we got 312. Man, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, we ain't mean to blow you out like that, but hey, it is what it is.
Or whoever can smoke her. Hollywood says Trump's going to destroy the world. Here's Sean Penn.
I do think it's a reasonable theory that Donald Trump is not unlike the spouse of someone who leaves him perhaps for another, who then murders their former partner because if they can't have her, nobody can. And I think Donald Trump in his solipsism may have that relationship with the world, and that this destruction is in part a power play and also a literal intention of his final out. I think he might try to destroy the world before he ages out of
Bro, this is not a movie, bro. Okay, chill out.
life.
Trump's making peace deals in Europe and in the Middle East. Sean Penn 20 years ago would have had a MAGA hat, probably with a cigarette stuck to his lip, obviously. They said the world was going to end 8 years ago when Trump got elected, and now it's going to end again. And the world was going to end from global warming too. But guess what? Antarctica gained ice for the first time in decades. Look at that. Gore said the ice sheets would be gone. And NBC says the FBI director's popping bottles with models in the club. Except he's not.
Let's circle back to a segment from Friday's show. Frank Figliuzzi was on that morning during this hour discussing the work of administration officials. At the end of that segment, Figliuzzi said that FBI Director Kash Patel has reportedly been more visible at nightclubs than at his office at FBI headquarters. This was a misstatement. We have not verified that claim.
Not a great weekend for journalism. The other big scandal this weekend, Trump posted a picture of himself as the Pope.
Catholics were not so happy about the image of you looking like the Pope.
Oh, I see. You mean they can't take a joke? You don't mean the Catholics. You mean the fake news media. Not the Catholics loved it. I had nothing to do with it. Somebody made up a picture of me dressed like the Pope, and they put it out on the internet. That's not me that did it. I have no idea where it came from. Maybe it was AI. But
the libs got to sometimes stand down on certain things. Like, I know you're outraged by the picture, but doesn't mean that Trump did it.
I know nothing about it. I just saw it.
Like, damn, y'all blame all y'all outrage on Trump?
Last evening. Actually, my wife thought it was cute. She said, "Isn't that nice?" I think it's a fake news media that, they're fakers.
Melania thought Trump looked cute as Pope. Now that is love.
I'm done.
Yesterday, the White House posted a juiced up photo of 47 with a red lightsaber. May the 4th be with you. Happy May 4th to all the radical left lunatics who are fighting so hard to bring Sith lords, murderers, drug lords, dangerous prisoners, and well-known MS-13 gang members back into our galaxy. You're not the rebellion, you're the empire. Trump has a special place for him. He's bringing back Alcatraz.
I do love the Star Wars reference. I am a fan myself.
It represents something very strong, very powerful in terms of law and order. Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is, I would say, the ultimate, right? Alcatraz,
Yeah,
Sing
gonna
Sing,
set 'em
and
straight.
Alcatraz, the movies.
Man, people gonna think a lot, bro. People really gonna think before they commit certain crimes. Like, bro, you want to go to Alcatraz? Like, you know what? You're right, bro. You're right. Alcatraz is crazy.
But
now I doubt criminals actually had that conversation, of course, but it would be nice, would it not?
It's right now a museum, believe it or not. A lot of people go there. It housed the most violent criminals in the world, and nobody ever escaped. One person almost got there, but they, as you know the story, they found his clothing rather badly ripped up, and it was a lot of shark bites, a lot of problems. Nobody's ever escaped from Alcatraz.
The media and the Democrats woke up today and were forced to talk about Alcatraz. Please don't send foreign criminals to Alcatraz. You see what Trump's making them do? They look loony. And he looks like a creative problem solver. Trump's even solving a problem for balls in the White House.
We're going to make and build a ballroom, which they've wanted for probably 100 years at the White House. And it'll be a world-class, beautiful ballroom.
A ballroom that could cost millions of dollars. He says he will pay for it himself. You will fund it.
I'm not going to ask the government for money.
Would a dictator do that? I don't think so. Biden built a new situation room, made you pay for it, and then when they found the cocaine, blame the construction workers. Trump's hoping to get that ballroom built soon because the NFL draft is coming to D.C.
I'm pleased to reveal that the 2027 NFL draft, that's a big thing, will be held right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., on the National Mall. and you get a little glimpse of it. I was just saying to Roger, I don't think there's ever been anything like that. That's a good idea. In fact, maybe we could use it for other things also. I have an idea. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be something that nobody else will ever be able to duplicate that, I don't suspect. It's very exciting.
So we have a military parade and the NFL draft coming to Washington. What did Biden bring to D.C. besides crime? And by the way, when I was in D.C. the other day for the Musk interview, there's no more homeless at the train station. Union Station used to be crawling with homeless. I didn't see a single sleeping bag.
I mean, perfect. Now if we can just get, California on board, that'd be fantastic. I mean, bruh, that'd be great. That'd be great. But all right, now let's get on to the next video, man. And shout out to our man Steven Crowder, because I guess he's about to do some fact checking for y'all. All right, let's go.
People said, yeah, we need to do something. We need to secure the border. And most Americans at this point support deportation. But even before that, secure the border, huge majority of Americans support it. And he's saying, hey, we have the most secure border that we have had in our lifetime. And NBC's going, oh, what do we got? What do we got? This is the reason people elected him, right? It's a populist issue. We're in the 20%. They're in the 80%. President Trump versus Kristen Welker. Good enough for you, Gerald?
Look at me.
You're white knighting for old Kristen. So
I don't think she's that old. Facts matter, Stephen.
So this happened yesterday. Donald Trump, appeared on Meet the Press. Okay. He was obviously a lot of fun. And he was mostly accurate in the interview. And then, of course, they fact-checked the interview afterwards because they can't expect their journalists to do it in real time. Now, one thing I will tell you is you can expect the journalists to be petty and to push back. You just can't expect them to push back with information because then they would be, doing their job. Here's a quick flashback before we get to fact-checking the fact-checkers. This is last week. Welker handed out an award to Alex Thompson of Axios for his stellar reporting on uncovering the well-kept secret of Joe Biden's cognitive decline.
The award was established in 1981 to recognize a correspondent who personifies the journalistic excellence and personal qualities of
do you look at him and say he's retarded?
Beckman, impartiality, integrity, and a deep knowledge of the presidency.
Right.
The award also includes a prize of $2,500.
Whoa.
This year's award goes to Alex Thompson of Axios.
For watching the debate.
Yes. No. He got $2,500 for saying, hey, this Joe Biden seems like he's getting dumber.
Maybe he's losing his marbles, guys.
Talk about the masturbatorial celebration from journalists. He did the digging, which showed that no government is beyond corruption. Again, it's not just what information was being presented at that time from one person. We talked about this with Fauci. It's what information was available and being discussed from everybody else that you shut out with your appeal to authority fallacy. We were talking about it when he ran in 2020. So a journalist gets an award for uncovering the scandal that Joe Biden became a dumbass?
Bruh, I covered that before he did. Bro, people was covering that before I did. Where's their reward? And where's my mini reward? Where's my participation trophy? No, I'm actually okay with a participation trophy for the one time. When it came to talking about Joe Biden and his brain aneurysms and how that kind of led to his mental decline. It's like, bruh, now y'all want to admit it? And then the man gets a reward. The one guy on y'all side that actually speaks out and writes a book, y'all give this man a reward for that? Man, disingenuous bastards, bro.
That $2,500 belongs to Steven Crowder.
Yes, it belongs to me. It belongs.
And I want a little chunk of that pie.
Yes, it belongs to every single person in this office or person who watched him run in 2020.
Yeah.
Yes. But they go, and this journalist did the digging. What? He turned on his television set? All right.
What, he dig the grave?
So that just sets the stage so you realize, again, it's important to take this into context. These people are so far gone and so far to the left, there's no chance and there's no semblance of them ever even understanding coming to the center or the other point of view. No. Here is just a brief mashup, and we'll get to each individual claim of her interview with President Trump. It's fun.
When does it become the Trump economy?
It partially is right now. and I really mean this, I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying
I'm saying they don't need
Americans
$30.
could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
But you're basically saying there could be some supply
I'm
shortages
basically
because
saying
of
we
the
don't
Bro, this man Trump is obviously being a smart ass right now. It's kind of obvious, like he's being a smart ass. Like that's the funniest part. It's like, y'all take this man too seriously sometimes. It's when he's being tongue in cheek, and also when he's being a smart ass.
To waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
prices are already going up on some popular
Whoa,
items,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
tires, strollers.
This is such a dishonest interview already. He was, I think, on CNN or MSDNC, but they're both failing networks. You're happy to know, even though one of them, I guess, is related to you in one form or another, although they're trying to cut him loose as fast as possible.
What do you say to those who believe you are taking the country down an authoritarian path?
Well, there you go again. Why don't you ask it a different way? I can't name one Democrat. I mean, I look at the Democrats, they're in total disarray. They have a new person named Crockett. I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. They said she's the future.
I mean, well, I guess Jasmine Crockett got the attention she always wanted. She got that recognition.
Party. I said, you have to be kidding. I don't know what they're going to do. Biden is the worst thing that ever happened to old people.
Stick the landing.
I don't even get the context of that last one, but I like it.
Don't you love how the left does? They go, what do you say to people who say that you may be the next Hitler? They do that.
Yes.
They do. And notice she doesn't really push back. If you watch the interview, she doesn't push back that much in a factual way. That's after the interview. Then they have an article that goes up fact-checking Donald Trump. And so they can say, well, he lies so much. And the fact is, you need to have the folks who are supposed to keep people accountable, they need to be held accountable. That brings us to the latest installment of Fact-Checking the Fact Checkers.
Tweet check. Fact Trump. Trump fact check tweet. Fact check. News.
So let's first go to what President Trump said in the interview, and then we'll show you their fact check afterwards and fact check them. It's 3 steps. It's like Inception of bullshit. So Donald Trump said that the United States is seeing record investment into the country.
Are these tariffs permanent, Mr. President?
Depends on what you're talking about. One of the things that is going to bring and has brought, so I think we probably have close to $9 trillion of investments coming into this country. If you look at other presidents, there's never been anything like that. This is over a period of 2 months. You got to give me a little break on the 1 month because we're 3 months. But, let's say we had to get started. We had a lot of fake news at the beginning, so we had to beat that down.
Okay. There you go.
Reasonable.
Here's what NBC said afterward in their fact check. They said, it's not entirely clear where the 9 trillion figure comes from. Why don't you clarify it?
I mean,
the fact checker's job, I guess they're just like, yeah, we don't know. Well, then what purpose do you serve? Okay.
I mean, they could have easily went and searched it up. I mean, there's plenty of video evidence of these CEOs, of these company owners coming up and saying, yeah, we're investing this much into America.
Here's the truth. And all references are available on the website. The truth. Give me a sound effect. Something. You don't have a truth.
Something.
Don't you have a truth?
Fact check.
Yeah, I got
You give me the truth, tool man.
You scared Billy.
And then you, Billy. Billy, get ready. I don't want to pull a fast one on you. The truth, very easy to verify. It's at least $7 trillion.
Fact check.
There you go.
Hey.
So let me figure it out for you, NBC. And you know what? Hey, NBC.
I mean, shoot, the man started off in February with 4 trillion, and now we're here in April with 7. So shout out.
You can check our references. How about that? It comes from a combination of some investments and some pledges. So SoftBank, for example, that's $1 trillion.
Yep. Yeah, Apple will spend more at $5 billion. SoftBank. Now I believe they officially said like what, 250 billion, but they upped it to 500 billion somewhere. So shout out. NVIDIA also says they're putting in 500 billion. So yeah, my man racking up trillions. He's racking up trillions right now. I mean, really though, you gotta love it.
Project Stargate, $1 trillion. Some of that may be an overlap. It's tough to know. We don't have those numbers. Apple, $500 billion pledged. NVIDIA, $500 billion. IBM, $150 billion. $150. It's like, hey, IBM, come on, advisors. TSMC, $100 billion. Then you have some commitments from foreign countries. For example, the UAE, $1.4 trillion in the United States. Japan, $1 trillion. Saudi Arabia, $600.
See, I seen Japan announce this $1 trillion investment, but Saudi Arabia and the United Emirates, yeah, I did not know they did that. I didn't 1.4 trillion. Like, God damn, what you gonna do? Give us some oil refineries or something?
$100 billion. This doesn't include some investments from some businesses out there that, by the way, they're moving to avoid these tariffs. These are just pledges that have been made over a significant period.
And shout out to Will You Teach Me, says Democrat people. He's like, AOC, Alexander Ocasio-Cortez, is your leading primary candidate for 2028 election. Y'all are cooked. You have no argument. Nancy Pelosi's bartender is apparently the best option. GG. Yeah, it's been a good game. I mean, God damn. But hey, man, you know what they're gonna tell you, bro. You know what they're gonna tell you.
Oh, it was a huge movie. It was the lead. No.
Period of time, last 100 days, but some of them were actually pledged before Donald Trump became president. So the number that we have is at least $7 trillion. You can bet it's somewhere between seven.
Man, who cares, bro? I'm telling you, they was getting on me about Kamala Harris or whatever. Like, who cares? AOC.
7.5 and 9 trillion. You want to say he rounded up? Fine.
Yeah.
But NBC just says, we don't know where this came from.
And by the way, isn't the point that that's a lot of money? That's a lot of investment into the United States that came simply because Donald Trump became president. He said, by the way, somewhere around 9 billion, I think, or 9 trillion, I think.
Right.
He gave himself some room there, and they're focused on trying to call him out to the decimal instead of going, hey, that's great for this country.
Shout out to my man Fox. He said, nah, Will, they're going to pick Ratchet Crockett. Bro, if they pick Jasmine Crockett, bro, I ain't going to lie. I'm literally going to die of embarrassment. Like, bruh, like, why you got to do this to us? Like, why you got to do it to us? Now, I know what, I'm pretty sure the Hispanic guys are also going to go like, bro, why? Both of them are just going to be an embarrassment to whatever, to us. Like, I ain't going to lie. I ain't going to lie, sorry, Hispanic guys, but I'm kind of hoping for AOC, bro. Like, we'll have to throw you under the bus on this one, because it's Jasmine Crockett, bro. We already got Ketanji Jackson, bro. Like, come on, that's already a fail on us. Like, come on, you guys can take AOC for the one time. For the one time, just take this L.
Great job.
Right. They don't want things that are good for this country under this administration. They don't. They don't want.
Not if it helps Donald Trump. They're all for it. If it's Democrat led, if it's AOC or Biden, or not Biden, but Bernie or anybody like that. But if it's Donald Trump initiated or even he gets credit for it, no.
For those of you who are too young to remember, we watched Barack Obama blame George W. Bush into the second term of his presidency when it sucked. Joe Biden blamed Donald Trump for COVID policy that the Democrats forced through as they kneecapped Republicans.
Yes. We heard Obama blame George Bush for the bombings in Yemen.
Yeah. So for him to say, I think some are from us and some are not. Yeah. We told you this. There's a rubber band effect. Some policies take a while to implement. Some happen right away. For example, you provide a tax break to businesses. Guess what? They start hiring people right away. You provide some kind of incentive for businesses to invest. Here, guess what? You get a pledge. Get a pledge of $1 trillion from SoftBank. Isn't that great? You're not going to fix the deficit overnight, even though this is the first person who's actively trying. And that brings us to the next fact check. What Donald Trump said, that Doge has found $160 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse.
What do you say to those who believe Elon Musk's chainsaw approach has jeopardized the safety and security of Americans?
Well, he found $160 billion worth of fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, I think he's done an amazing job. I think his people have done an incredible job. Your question should be asked a different way. Were certain things found? Yes. How much? $160 billion. Think of what $160 billion is. He found $160.
He said he'd find $2 trillion.
Well, we're not finished yet.
And you bitched when he said it then, and you're bitching now. And even your stupid little fact check, again, that was written afterwards. In other words, they had time to do this after the interview. The jerk store called, right? That's what they're pulling with their written article, and they still do nothing. Here's the claim from NBC, their fact check. They say there is no way to fact check that number.
Then shut up.
Yes. Like, there is no way for us to do what this article says we're doing. And then they go on to say, and Doge is actually costing money. Oh, now you care about fiscal responsibility. Okay, here's the truth. Doge has already published receipts for 30% of their cost-cutting efforts so far. Fact check.
I mean, yeah, it's Doge.gov. It's like, yes, Doge.gov. They have a government website you can look at everything up on.
And they've pledged to release the remaining receipts when the rules and regulations permit it, because, as you well know, the left had a conniption fit over the fact that Doge had no right to go in.
Yeah, and the left pretty much is stopping Doge from releasing further documentation of what they've allowed. Yeah, I know, right? Wow.
And audit government organizations as a product of government.
Well, really, what Congress allowed. Because like I said, Congress controlled the budget, and they didn't really do too much to stop this. Actually, if anything, they complained about it even being looked into, which is hella suspicious.
Efficiency.
Oh, and shout out to my man, Will You Teach Me? He says, the kids who had to deal with people using litter boxes in school can vote now. And they ain't with that shit. I'm telling you. I am telling you. Yeah, this new generation who just now getting into college, they're like, yeah, we're not going for it. We had to go through high school with that. Nope. They're good. And thank God, because trust me, I remember my little brother already said, trust me, the amount of, well, no offense to gay people, but he said the amount of gays in the school was getting a bit out of hand. It was like, whoa, like how much dudes is gay now? It's like damn near half of these guys is like, what's going on? Like there used to be like one or two. Now it's damn near like a 25% of the class.
Which is what Doge exists to do.
Well, so they're appeasing the left there. They're like, oh, you want us? Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll be more discreet and legal about it.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. They're
Makes them
actually
mad?
holding out, like they said. Now, just get to the claim that she said that Doge is actually costing money. So basically, the argument that they're trying to make is that it costs money to fire people.
Yeah.
And that we shouldn't do that because it costs money. Yes, there's a one-time cost associated with firing people. And there's a one-time cost with rooting out corruption and getting rid of it and kind of shoring up that leak. Do it over 10 years. Give me the cost savings over 10 years. Congress, you guys like to do stuff over 10 years when it never actually happens in the first place. You like to spread those costs out. Let's look at the cost over 10 years. That's what they're trying to say. It's going to cost a little bit of money to clean this up. About $500 billion in waste and fraud every single year in the government.
Every single year. No, just fraud. 500 billion a year, just fraud, not waste. Just fraud. We don't know where it goes.
Starting to cut into that. You don't think that's a positive thing?
And by the way, you guys bitched that it wasn't costing enough. Remember you said you didn't think Mr. Big Balls was qualified? It couldn't be a more frugal government entity, Doge.
Yes.
They basically brought some computer nerds out from college to look at numbers and say, yeah, this doesn't add up.
Yeah, it sucks.
And you complain, shouldn't they bring it?
And probably the smallest department in our government at this point. Like, to be quite honest with you, like the Doge interview that I showed, yeah, like those people at the table, that was all the Doge. That was it. That's all they have. That's all it will ever be.
An entire panel. So they bitch about cost cutting. And then they bitch about it costing something to cost cut. But then they also bitch that they're not spending enough on the cost-cutting organization. There is, you see where I say appeasing crocodiles is futile? This isn't an argument taking place in good faith. Let's go to the next fact check from them. So what Donald Trump said is that illegal aliens have killed and maimed many Americans. That's pretty simple.
It is.
I bet they can't have a problem with this.
I wouldn't think so.
Mr. President, should lawful residents of this country start carrying paperwork with them when they leave their homes?
The way she framed that, though, like lawful residents is like, like, why don't you just say citizens? Like, what do you mean?
I think that'll be necessary, but what you're not saying is that many people have been killed, maimed, badly hurt by illegal immigrants that came over that are from prisons and from jails and from mental institutions, and they're hurting our people. And if we don't get them out, we're not going to have a country for long.
Okay. So he made a very specific claim. Here's another trick that they pull with their fact checking. Their claim, as though they are fact checking Donald Trump, there is no evidence of a broad migrant-driven crime wave in the United States. First off, that's not what he just said there. And I'm going to address that because, if your daughter is murdered, if your daughter is raped, if your daughter or son is decapitated by someone who had no business being here, was known to have no business being here, and the government did nothing, that's a much harder pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what he was talking about. As to their fact check, they say there is no evidence of a broad migrant-driven crime wave in the United States. Here's the truth. The closest thing that we have to a legitimate study, because the left doesn't want to study it, shows that illegal aliens are 2 to 5 times more likely to end up in prison. Excuse me.
I mean, now you remember what the left kind of said during the election. They said non-citizens or undocumented citizens are less likely to commit crime. Now, what they forgot to tell you, how they conflated the non-citizens or the undocumented with the illegals. So yes, the illegal immigrants, yes, the ones that come over here, broke the law, we don't even know they're really in here. Yes, they commit way more crime. So yeah, they kind of mislead you with those numbers, making you think that these guys are safer than your, American citizens, the people that you live next to. Isn't that kind of crazy how the left just try to, persuade you of that?
Are 2 to 5 times more likely to end up in prison. Excuse me. Fact check. Now, the problem is, and the left will throw this out too, they didn't even do this here, but they'll say, actually, immigrants are more law-abiding. Well, you're talking about legal immigrants. They throw everything in the same pot, so it's very, very hard to get these studies. This is a study from 2019 from the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Okay.
And before he says this, because he's about to give the resource, he's about to give his sources, but I remember when I even said that whole statistic just falls flat on his head, because how are you going to compare, okay, so Group A got, well, I'm going to be real with you, 350 million people? And then the other group, which is the non-citizens, that is 37 million people in the USA. And we're going to compare those groups, and we're just going to pretend like we're not going to get a skewed number.
Okay. And you can also look at what percentage of the population they make up versus what percentage of the population's in our prison systems, and it is disproportionate. 2 to 5 times more likely to be in prison. That's a fact. And it wasn't even the claim that he was making. The claim to be in.
All right. Let's see. All sources are available in the description, but let's see. He said Fair City Journal. So let's see. Incarceration rates state by state in this report. So yeah, pretty much it proves that. Or let's see, the SCAAP data suggests is illegal aliens commit crime at a much higher rate than citizens and lawful immigrants. Yes, yes, we love the lawful immigrants, the one that came here through the system, had to wait, had to prove themselves, all that good stuff. Yes, we love these immigrants. But what we don't like is these guys, illegal aliens. Yep, they're the ones that commit, 2 to 5 times more crime than Americans. But you know how y'all Dems was trying to sell it.
In prison.
You're trying to make every one of them a Maryland man, huh?
That's a fact. And it wasn't even the claim that he was making. The claim that he was making, which is irrefutable, is that there have been countless crimes committed by illegals. In many cases, the government knew that they were here, didn't deport them anyway. These crimes never should have happened.
Hours away from the pre-trial hearing for Victor Martinez Hernandez. He is the undocumented immigrant accused of murdering Rachel Morin.
A Venezuelan migrant who entered the U.S. illegally and was charged with killing Georgia nursing student Laken Riley was convicted and sentenced to life in prison.
A man suspected of setting a woman on fire on a New York City subway is facing murder and arson charges. ICE saying in a statement the man is a Guatemalan citizen who appears to have entered the country illegally for a second time.
Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg has announced that her office will seek
Ichiro Suzuki
the death
bobblehead.
penalty against the 2 men charged with the murder of Jocelyn Nungaray, Johan Jose Martinez Rangel, and Franklin Peña.
Go ahead and drop that Hundun, B. Go ahead and drop that Hundun.
Both Venezuelan nationals.
You said it.
Accused of kidnapping, sexually assaulting, and strangling the 12-year-old girl.
Well, a man accused of engaging in a sexual act with a corpse aboard a subway train
has been arrested.
That's right. Felix Rojas was taken into custody last night. The 44-year-old is accused of having sexual contact with an unresponsive man aboard an R train.
Hey guys, quick warning. It's not that I don't read the chat. It's just that I have thick skin. So I kind of don't let y'all insults get to me the way you think they would get to me.
Yay?
Just again, I love how they have to treat it seriously. Like, having sexual contact with an unresponsive man, like he had sex with a corpse.
Yeah, he saw another dude. He thought he was dead. He's like, well, okay.
Yeah.
I guess it's not rape.
Pounding
Any
a
hole will
dead
do.
guy.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
And these are not first world crimes that you typically see. You see them far more in third world countries, and they're coming here. This is not the kind of country that should tolerate that. These are not cultures that can assimilate right now. And so the parents and the families of those affected, fact check.
You know, Stephen A does make that point that, you know what, not all cultures are equal. Let's be honest. There are cultures that can, well, that allow some crazy things to go down. And I'm sure you can name a lot of countries that you guys would never just want to be in. I know women, y'all can definitely name a lot of countries y'all don't want to be in. So I do stand on that point with them. Like, yeah, not all cultures are the same, and only a couple cultures can really assimilate into America. Like, well, Hispanic culture. Hispanic culture does well here. Why? Because they're mostly Christians. So it works out well. And other things as well. And they do have conservative values as well. And, you know, some of the African countries that are Christians. And some of the Muslims ones that I guess we're a bit okay with. But most of the time, it's the stable Muslims and not the ones that are, you know, Sharia halal or that practice that.
Fact check this, NBC. There are people who had no business being here because the government failed to do their job. And as a result, American citizens were murdered. It's not about, okay, it is overall the macro issue about the numbers. But in this case, we're making the argument that this is about the government failing to fulfill one of its very few legitimate duties. In other words, this isn't just a murder that took place in South Central LA where some gangs were firing at each other and there was collateral damage, which is also a tragedy. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the murder, the crime, the rape as a result of the government not doing specifically what it exists to do. That's why it matters. Which brings us to the next claim. It's like catnip for them. Anything that has to do with illegal aliens.
Yeah.
He talked about being elected, in part, to get illegal immigrants out, and that there are activist judges, as we've covered, basically stepping on the Constitution.
We'll have judges, they're activist judges. They're saying, well, you know, you don't have the right to take out murderers and people that you don't even want to talk about. These are really some really bad criminal people, and they're here illegally. So, you know, they talk about your next question will be due process, but they talk about due process. But do you get due process when you're here illegally?
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens.
I mean, let's be real. Like, there is, well, according to U.S. Gov, you can get something called an expedited deportation. So pretty much, they can just pretty much immediately deport you with really out no due process. And I'm just talking about you don't really get a representative or anything. You're just gone. Expedited due process, especially if you're caught here without proper travel papers. There's other conditions as well, but most of these guys who get expedited, deported is because of that. They come over here without proper travel documents. And do they really ever?
And non-citizens deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know. It seems
no.
It might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. But some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here. And the courts are holding me from doing it.
What's so great about this next fact check is that he called them out on it before they did it. He said, your next question would probably be about due process. Well, here's the claim from NBC in their fact check. They had all the time in the world. This is the best they could come up with. Trump is violating due process for illegal aliens like Abrego Garcia. So they use the argument that he said they would use. And I want to put this to bed here today because sometimes people get lost in the weeds. Here's the truth. Illegal aliens, they're getting exactly the process they are due.
Fact Trump.
And let me explain to you what this is. She talks about the Fifth Amendment. We're talking about the right to a fair and speedy trial. Okay. That applies to American citizens. It is a part of the process. Illegals not getting a trial, being deported, is a part of the process. Here's the process.
Really?
You have to go to court.
Hold on. He said illegals getting deported and not getting a trial is a part of the process.
American citizens.
Let's hear it.
It is a part of the process. Illegals not getting a trial, being deported, is a part of the process. Here's the process.
I mean, Biden did it with those kids. He didn't give them no due process at all. No lawyer, no day in court. He just got them up out of here. And like I said, you guys were okay with it.
You have to go to court. You have to be charged. You have to go plead your case. You go to whether it's the police precinct or the courthouse, depending on what you're dealing with at that time. They check your ID.
I'm familiar.
Sometimes you have to provide your social security number, right? They go, oh, okay. So what is the charge? All right. Who is this citizen? That's the process. Let me get it in the system. Oh, wait, you're not a citizen. You're here illegally. Now it's a different process. Fork in the road. Legal citizen, due process. Oh, well, hold on a second. You're here illegally. Your process is gone. That is the process. You understand that, correct? The due process.
That's what I was kind of explaining with expedited deportation. It's like, yo, sometimes your due process is your ass being deported. There you go. I mean, yo, nope, you get no lawyer, you get no court date, you just are gone, and there you go. That's deportation. That is your due process. Hey, they both start with a D, right?
Process is when you, again, let me repeat this, you get a speeding ticket. You get some kind of a trespassing violation. You've heard the term booked and processed. That means confirming that you are who you say you are to see if you're entitled to your fair and speedy trial. Oh, wait, you're not. You're not supposed to be here. Gone. That's the process.
Yep.
Makes sense? Comment below. You guys understand that?
Well, that's the process. I mean, that is the process. It's like, yeah, you're not from here. Bye. There you go. Go on. There you go. That is the due process that we laid out. If you're an illegal citizen, goodbye.
Through said process, it was confirmed that Garcia was a deportable and should be on the fast track.
Yes.
Deportation aisle. He was an illegal alien with connections to MS-13 and, of course, had a long list of charges and crimes in his past. So what the left does is they deliberately conflate it and they go, oh, just like they do with illegal aliens and legal aliens. They're actually
real. We gave that man due process like he was an American. That's why people got it effed up now.
More law abiding. No, illegal aliens 2 to 5 times. Let's call it 3.5. Illegal aliens 350% more likely to commit crimes, probably higher for violent crimes than native-born citizens. Legal aliens who've gone through the process less likely to because they want to stay here.
That makes sense.
You guys understand that? So the process goes, oh, well, okay, you're contesting a speeding ticket. Oh, okay. Oh, you became a citizen in 2018. Good for you. Welcome. Okay, here's your court date. Or, oh, wait a second. Oh, you're an MS-13 gang member who's here illegally. You're gone. They conflate the two. They constantly conflate. So whenever you hear a leftist make the argument that immigrants are less likely to commit crimes or that X immigrant in the story that day is entitled to they are always conflating legal immigrants and illegal immigrants. You know who disagrees? Legal immigrants. They believe you should have ID to vote. They believe in deportation. It's supported.
And secure borders.
Yep. Overwhelmingly, including Hispanic.
Yeah.
Hispanic legal immigrants. You guys know this, right? So when the left is arguing on behalf of, and they say brown people, the brown people are standing, there are throngs of them saying, no. It's over 60% of us who support deporting these people because we don't want them in our neighborhoods.
I'm telling you, it's like, even the Hispanic people, the American-born ones understand that, these are dangerous people. These are why some of their grandparents, some of their parents left there because of these people. And they're looking at America sideways like, bruh, we left our country to leave these people. You're just letting them in. What are you doing? Like, what? It didn't make sense. Trust me. They was pretty pissed off.
They don't care about contributing Americans.
Yeah. And essentially, I want to kind of put something else to bed on the due process thing. So I just had in my head that the majority of the people that came into this country illegally were seeking asylum, because we've heard a whole lot about the asylum claim, right, the backup. It turns out that number's about 10%.
Right.
That means this is very, very clear. Due process can be as simple as being deported. You're not here legally. Due process has been done. You get deported. Done. That's it. It doesn't need to be a long, drawn out thing. And this is not a criminal court. This is what is the court? There's a specific name for the court. Sorry, it's right above. I had a note in here. Sorry. It is. There you go. Sorry, it's a civil deportation proceeding. Sorry, I was trying to get that right.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Right.
You just need them to say that. So really, we've got about 15 to 18 million people.
Yeah, civil deportation proceeding. That's a due process. Like, yeah, you got to leave. There you go.
In this country, according to Donald Trump numbers. So I'm going to give you kind of a range. 15 to 18 million people that literally there is no argument about.
Right.
They should go home tomorrow, whether that's visa overstays, people who came to this country illegally. You should be gone now. And we can talk about the 2 million later.
Well, and that's an important difference to point out, because guess what? The due process for a citizen is, do you have to pay a ticket? Do you have to go to prison? Or no? Are you innocent? Deportation is not a punishment.
No.
If all countries are equal, it's, oh, you're not supposed to be here. We're sending you back to where you're supposed to be.
But by the way, hold on, look at this. DHS says it will pay undocumented migrants to leave U.S.
A one-way departure ticket and $1,000.
Yeah. But that's not mean. That's that's actually a gift from God saying, listen.
We're literally telling y'all, bro, self-deport. We'll give you a chance to come back, and we'll give you a smooth rack right there in your hand, a smooth band, $1,000. There you go. Just get up out of here. Thank you. Please and thank you. But yeah. Bye.
You're here illegally. If we find you, you can never come back. If you self-deport right now, we'll pay for your plane ticket, and you have an opportunity to try to do this the right way.
How do you call this inhumane? Also, I had this idea before Trump was even president. We did a little Photoshop or a little fake ad on this show where I was like, you know what they could do? It would cost less money if they took every single legal immigrant and then sent them away to the Caribbean for 1 month at an all-inclusive resort.
Yes. Yeah.
It would cost less money.
Just give them a check, get out of here. And by the way, 15, you do have to ask yourself why. You know the answer, but it's important and it's worth repeating. 15 to 18 million at least illegal immigrants who either overstayed visas or just crossed the border illegally. Why is the left, why are they so hell-bent on defending them? Why is the left hell-bent on making a martyr out of an MS-13 member who was simply deported and then, by the way, sent to prison in his home nation for his crimes? Why is the left arguing on behalf of 15 to 18 million illegal aliens?
Yep. And they want them to, all of them supposed to get due process? All of them guys. Like, really think about how y'all sound right now. All of them? Like, come on now. Like the same due process that a citizen's supposed to get? I don't know about that, guys. I don't know about that.
Take that number in its context. Think that could affect 10,000 votes in Arizona? Think it could affect 20, 30,000 votes in Georgia? Right? These states that people have often said, oh, they're turning purple. But are they really? Some of these states, are they really turning purple? Or they're a handful, meaning few million illegal aliens, which is more than enough to tip the scales. Why are they defending a group of people who Americans? It's very rare that you get this significant.
Shout out to my man, Will You Teach Me? He says people in the chat really don't know how Europe got split up after World War II. Entire countries don't exist that were around 80 years ago. I mean, wasn't that the... Now, am I wrong? Or am I thinking like the Ottoman Empire and all that good stuff? So, yeah, Soviet Union. Wait, was Soviet Union around? Yeah, they were. They were. Still effing up. Still effing up with the communism. I mean, it's crazy today how people don't understand how communism is a bad thing because, you know, it's crazy. People are actually cheerleading for communism out there in China, you know, for cheap goods.
Of a majority of Americans say, yeah, you know what, they need.
I mean, you would hate communism here, but it's okay in other places as long as you can get cheap goods. You don't want child slave wages here, but it's okay in other places if you can get cheap goods, right, guys? Right.
You go. We all acknowledge it's a problem. It's only the left in the media, the DNC, and our institutions like Hollywood and public education that is defending them. Why? can comment below why you think that is. They'll say it's a conspiracy theory, but it defies logic, and so it really does warrant some examining. Here's the next one that they fact-checked. Donald Trump said that we have the best border in the history of our country.
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of results. We've already seen them on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country. It was 99.999, and nobody ever thought that was possible. In fact, Biden, if you remember, said he has to get legislation. And I said, no, you just need a new president. And I guess I was right. We have the best border we've ever had.
So the fact check from NBC, their claim. That one's true. That was okay. They said, using the metric of border crossings and the available data, this statement is true.
Why would you do that?
Oh, that's gotta sting. And they had all the time in the world. This is the best they could come up with was, that's one for you. And it sucks because one for him is the reason he was elected.
Yeah.
In other words, people, whether you want to get into anchor babies and dreamers, people said, yeah, we need to do something. We need to secure the border. And most Americans at this point support deportation. But even before that, secure the border, huge majority.
Yes, especially expedited deportation of 12 to 18 million illegal immigrants. Yep, I'm definitely for that.
Of Americans support it. And he's saying, hey, we have the most secure border that we have had in our lifetime. And NBC's going, oh, what do we got? What do we got? This is the reason people elected him, right? It's a populist issue. We're in the 20%. They're in the 80%. That's 100% correct. Yeah.
Well, we can tell everybody that he's doing it unconstitutionally and unethically. But it is the best border.
Yeah, it's the best border.
Yeah.
And by the way, guys,
he's doing it the wrong way, but he's getting it done.
Really quickly, this hurts CNN. Some communities cancel Cinco de Mayo celebrations out of fear.
Well, good. So, how many drunk Mexicans do you need?
Listen, I'm just saying, if the choice is canceling Cinco de Mayo celebrations, which that's another country, by the way, Cinco de Mayo celebrations, or having a secure border and not so many illegals, fine, I don't care. If that is the ramification that Cinco de Mayo can never be celebrated en masse in the United States again, I'm willing to make the trade.
Yeah.
You have nothing other than, heartstrings. And by the way, what a baller move to show up at Cinco de Mayo and start checking ID.
Yes. Yes, happy Cinco de Mayo. Great. Let me see your papers.
Yes. Here we go.
Oh, I guess no more tequila shots.
Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, because go ahead and put it away, Diego. Yep, just go ahead and pour that Casamigo out. Come on, you come with us, man. Hey, but happy Cinco de Mayo.
It'll be a new celebration for you. It's a new day.
We found 5 illegals. That's Cinco de Mayo.
In our cooler, we have some nice, frothy, cool Negra de Portos. Oh, you're still here? And you're still watching this on YouTube? You've probably...
All right, though, we're going to go ahead and get over into the conspiracy hour with... Well, I wouldn't even say the conspiracy hour with this one. This is just facts. The facts of January 6th. All right, guys, I appreciate the support. Let's keep it going. All right, let's get right to it. And shout out to Rumble.
January 6th, 2021. Washington, D.C. The U.S. Capitol Building. An event that has been reported on more than any other in modern history. Despite excessive coverage, articles, books, documentaries, and congressional inquiries, many details about the timeline of events that day remain unknown to the public. Understanding what actually happened on January 6th without bias and with as much context as possible is extremely difficult. News organizations and mass media have controlled the story of that day. Big tech and social media companies have censored, shadow banned, and deplatformed eyewitness accounts, which further skews and misrepresents the truth from that day. Many of us still do not know.
And let's all watch this video going with the facts that there were 26 FBI informants in there. So yes, we cannot forget that. Let's never forget 26 FBI informants. Sorry.
The names of those who were killed at the Capitol and the causes of their deaths. This video seeks to create a thorough and truthful timeline of the events of January 6th, while shedding light on unheard stories, unseen footage, and new details. When facts are cherry-picked for the sake of political narratives, we the people suffer. Truth, not agenda, is the motivation for this timeline. Prior to January 6th, 2021, there had been hundreds of peaceful rallies following the November 2020 election. Polls showed that many Americans were concerned with election irregularities in key states that ended up deciding the presidential election for Joe Biden. None of these rallies ever turned violent. The morning of January 6th started no different than any of those other rallies. American citizens showing up together to express their First Amendment-protected right to petition their government with a meaningful concern. The mood of the crowd appeared to be joyful and hopeful. It would be the last chance to see the president give a large speech to the nation. To properly understand the events that would soon unfold, it's important to acknowledge that there were many areas of interest that day where crowds were congregating. Those attending President Trump's speech assembled at the Ellipse, a 52-acre park located directly south of the White House and approximately 1 mile from the Capitol. Space was limited there, and the crowd was so big that a sea of people extended all the way to the Washington Monument. Elsewhere in Washington, D.C., crowds would assemble in the morning at both the west and the east side of the Capitol. Still others would loiter in the vicinity to await the next event that would take place that day, of which there were multiple permit holders in the area. At 11:41 a.m., Ryan Samsel, a man who will later be pivotal in the first breach of the Capitol, crosses the street past multiple uniformed officers. Seconds later, the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Michael Sherwin, wearing plain clothes, is seen crossing the same intersection. Sherwin would go on to lead the investigations of Samsel and hundreds of others. 4 minutes later, the same officer whose body cam recorded that interaction is moving through the crowd, responding to a call of a person with a gun. The crowd is compliant as the officers move through the space. They reach their intended target, and after a few minutes of questioning, let the man go. He had no firearm and was only carrying a knife.
Someone saw the handle and thought it was a handgun.
Oh, yeah.
This is my card, okay? So if you got any questions or issues. All right, be safe.
Thank you. You too. You guys be safe as well.
President Trump took the microphone at 12:01 p.m.
Media will not show the magnitude of this crowd. Even when I turned on today, I looked and I saw thousands of people here, but you don't see hundreds of thousands of people behind you because they don't want to show that.
The president gave a speech that morning that was very similar in tone and in style to the many campaign speeches and post-election speeches he had given to audiences around the country.
I'm listening to the speech in my ear, thanks to Scott.
Let's make sure we like the video, guys, by double tapping that screen. Appreciate support. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, send it in the super chat. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
At the exact time that Trump begins his speech, a live streamer is at Peace Circle, at the precise location that the first Capitol barricade breach will occur 53 minutes later. You can see the metal bike rack fencing separating the street from the sidewalks in front of the Capitol building. These area closed signs were posted in compliance with a restriction that went into effect September 7th, 2020, due to the construction of the inauguration stage. At 12:04 p.m., a group of demonstrators, including members of the Proud Boys, are seen walking west on Constitution Avenue toward First Street while being flanked by police officers from the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department.
Flanked by the DCPD.
15 minutes into his remarks, President Trump mentions for the first time that after his speech, the crowd will be walking to the Capitol. For context, let's hear the president's full remarks during this portion of his speech.
Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
6 minutes following these remarks, the group of Proud Boys and demonstrators seen previously being flanked by the DC MPD have stopped for lunch at a row of food trucks in front of the U.S. Department of Labor on Constitution Avenue. Eddie Block, seen here in a scooter, tells a live streamer the immediate plans of the group.
Where are we headed? Do we know?
We're heading back to the rally.
Oh, okay. Was there nothing going on at the Capitol?
Not really.
Not really.
We're just kind of marching around, let people know we're here.
Okay, good time.
Yeah.
All right.
6 minutes after this interaction, at 12:30 p.m., the U.S. Capitol Police report a very large group heading to the Capitol from eastbound on Pennsylvania Avenue at approximately 7th Street.
Cruiser 50, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
At this same time, police body cam records police intervening between Trump supporters and a counter-protester. The police encourage the crowd to keep marching toward the Capitol.
Come on, guys, let's keep the march going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
President Trump won't be finished speaking at the Ellipse for another 40 minutes. During this time, a man named Ray Epps was filmed on the streets, directing the crowd to the Capitol building.
As soon as President Trump is finished speaking, we are going to the Capitol. It's that direction. That's where our true problems lie. President Trump is done speaking. We are going to the Capitol. That's where our problems are. We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction.
He was filmed the night prior, urging the crowd to go inside the.
Hey, and shout out to my man, Will You Teach Me? And hey, we finally reached the goal. So that means the call-in line is now open. Appreciate the support, man. And he says, Diddy did it. Didn't he? Yes, Diddy definitely did do it. Yeah, he did it. Now we're kind of just waiting for our man to get Epstein, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with that.
The Capitol.
I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol.
No. Hold on. They said, wait, no, let's not do that.
It's that direction.
Go back.
He was filmed the night prior, urging the crowd to go inside the Capitol.
I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. Peacefully.
The crowd surrounding him instantly calls him out as a Fed. At 12:35 p.m., Mike Pence's motorcade is seen heading to the Capitol, turning left on Constitution Avenue from Louisiana Avenue.
Stay back, please.
A minute later, at 12:36, Vice President Mike Pence arrives at the U.S. Capitol.
The Vice President's motorcade has just arrived at the Capitol in advance of the joint session.
The certification is to begin in 24 minutes at 1 p.m. Eastern. As Mike Pence arrives, a crowd is already assembled at the barricades in front of the East Plaza of the Capitol. At this exact moment, President Trump is mentioning Mike Pence's upcoming certification at his speech on the Ellipse, over a mile away.
But now they see all this stuff. It's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. Mike Pence has to agree to send it back.
A minute later, at 12:45 p.m., a D.C. police camera captures what looks like a wall of people suddenly arriving about a block west of the Capitol. Video footage captured moments later shows demonstrators gathering at Peace Circle, where Pennsylvania Avenue terminates as a street and turns into Pennsylvania Walkway, a path that leads directly to the west side of the Capitol. There are two sets of metal barricades here, behind which only 5 Capitol Police officers can be seen guarding this entrance, while every member of Congress convenes in the building behind them. Just south of this path, a man in a black ski mask removes a barrier and waves the crowd onto the west lawn of the Capitol, while members in the crowd shout at him. With this view, you can see the moment that the first set of bike racks come down and the crowd begins to quickly advance on the second set of gates. Ryan Samsel, who we saw earlier in a white hoodie and red baseball cap, approaches the police line. This would become the first major breach of the Capitol grounds and skirmish with Capitol Police. We will show this crucial interaction in its entirety and use multiple angles to see what happens at this all-important flashpoint. Ray Epps, who we just saw calling for demonstrators to enter the Capitol, can be seen approaching the front of the barricades and speaking to Ryan Samsel. Moments later, the barricade is pushed directly into the police line. After the gate is forcefully pushed forward, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Caroline Edwards is knocked to the ground. Ryan Samsel immediately runs to her aid to help her get back on her feet. The first violent skirmish of the day between demonstrators and police had begun. President Trump remains speaking on the ellipse.
In Clark County, Nevada, the accuracy settings on signature verification machines were purposely lowered before they were used to count over 130,000 ballots. If you signed your name as Santa Claus, it would go through.
Just to the south, at the 1st Street Southwest in the Maryland Avenue Circle, demonstrators knocked down a second gate. Crowds are now advancing on the west front of the Capitol from 2 locations. With multiple lightly manned police barricades down, the enlivened crowd makes their way quickly to the next barrier, the metal gates in front of the West Plaza of the Capitol. Samsel can be seen tapping the shoulder of Officer Edwards and saying something to her. Looking over the west side of the Capitol from a security camera on the exterior dome, we can see how quickly the crowd is able to fill the area in front of the West Plaza. From this point forward, those in the crowd entering onto Capitol grounds may have seen no indications or warnings that they were in an area that was previously guarded by police and secured by barriers. At 12:58 p.m., the lightweight fencing on the west lawn is pulled down completely by a single person. It is on this fence that signs with the words, "Area closed" are affixed. Thousands of people who will walk up to the Capitol after 1 p.m. will never see these signs. Zooming in closer to the northwest corner of the plaza, we once again see Ray Epps at the head of the crowd, in front of the next set of police barricades. So far, we've seen him the previous day calling for the crowd to enter the Capitol. We saw him that morning, directing people to the Capitol. We saw him at the first gate breach, and now here he is at the second major gate breach. And it won't be the last we see of him. Directly in front of him is where the crowd breaches the metal gates and enters onto the West Plaza of the Capitol. At 12:59 p.m., a man on the northwest sidewalk collapses.
Can you please have someone respond to my location? The bottom of the west front with an individual that's down here unconscious and not breathing.
The man's name is Benjamin Phillips. He is a computer programmer from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, who traveled to D.C. to support President Trump. A crowd of people, including police officers, form around him to assist with life-saving measures. While Benjamin Phillips fights for his life outside, inside the Capitol, Vice President Mike Pence is entering the House chamber to convene the joint session to certify the electoral votes. President Donald Trump is still speaking to a large crowd at the Ellipse, unaware of the crowd that is already amassed at the Capitol.
Clear evidence that tens of thousands of votes were switched from President Trump to former Vice President Biden.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States.
Back outside on the West Plaza, United States Capitol Police Deputy Chief Waldo orders the less lethal team to get into position.
Unit 6, I need less lethal team. They can come up from the upper west stairs and take an elevated position. They're not compliant, climbing scaffolding. Let me know when the less lethal teams are in place.
1 minute later, the less lethal team moves into place. At 1:06 p.m., Deputy Chief Waldo orders the less lethal team to launch.
Unit 6, I got a crowd fighting with officers, pushing, throwing projectiles. I have given warnings about chemical munitions. I need the less than lethal team positioned above me to identify the agitators and start deploying. Launch! Launch!
U.S. Capitol Police Inspector Lloyd is seen signaling officers above on the terrace to open fire on the crowd.
Hold on.
Joshua Matthew Black, a 46-year-old man from Alabama, is shot with a round that tears open and lodges in his cheek.
You're shooting us! No, we don't. We need medical something. Whoa.
Safety procedures for using these rounds state not to fire at someone at eye level.
I was at the front line trying to keep the peace between the patriots and the people that were hired by the government. And I caught a shot to the face, and then that's about it.
Deputy Chief Waldo orders a second deployment of munitions.
6, I copy. I need more less than lethal teams over here. The indirect firing is not working. They are still not compliant. I've continued to give multiple warnings about chemical munitions being released. They are not dispersing.
Although Chief Waldo has broadcast over the radio twice that he has given warnings, no video that day captures these warnings. DC law on crowd dispersal procedures states that before any munitions are used against a crowd, officers must issue at least 3 clearly audible and understandable orders to disperse using an amplification system, as well as to provide participants reasonable and adequate time to disperse and a clear, safe route for dispersal. Just feet away, Benjamin Phillips fights for his life. He has been down on the ground and not breathing for 13 minutes.
1:30, where's the ambulance for this guy on the lower west?
President Trump is finishing his speech at the Ellipse at 1:12 p.m. In a rarely seen split-screen view, let's simultaneously see different events happening around the Capitol in real time.
So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Ballots from Arizona.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, it is.
As Representative Paul Gosar and Senator Ted Cruz make a challenge on the floor of the House, MPD officer Daniel Thau arrives at the southwest section of the plaza. His body cam shows him and nearby officers spraying demonstrators with an inflammatory agent.
Bruh.
From a different officer's body cam, the familiar face of Ray Epps can be seen in the area that the police are trying to control. Back in the real-time multi-view, we can see Trump waving to the crowd after his 1 hour and 11-minute speech, the last speech he will give in front of a crowd as President of the United States. Gosar and Cruz are having their objections to the electoral vote of Arizona.
So they thought.
Read on the House floor. Ray Epps is at the front of the police line speaking to officers. At 1:13 p.m., Officer Thao is frantically calling for more munitions.
We need more munitions. Hey, Capital. Hey, we need blast munitions. What do we got? I don't have any. We got to get something, man. Come on, we got to get out there.
At 1:15 p.m., Officer Thao crosses the line and engages with demonstrators. As the scuffle ensues, he discharges 2 rounds from his taser, also known as an ECD.
2 ECD deployments. 2 ECD.
He then witnesses what he calls an APO, or an assault on a police officer.
APO, felony APO.
With 30 officers between him and the crowd, it's unclear what assault he thought he saw in that moment. A few hundred feet away, back on the northwest sidewalk, Benjamin Phillips has been loaded onto a makeshift stretcher and is being carried north to a waiting ambulance.
130, they're bringing the patient up to the ambulance right now. They are refusing to come down.
Tragically, Phillips would be pronounced dead at the hospital later that day.
Oh, shit!
Back inside the Capitol building at 1:17 p.m., Vice President Mike Pence and senators returned to the Senate chamber to debate the electoral vote challenge put forth by Representative Paul Gosar. After expending all his munitions, Officer Thao yells at the officers on the west terrace of the Capitol above them to start shooting what they have into the crowd.
Damn it, we need that. Let's go! Shoot it! Go! Shoot! Shoot!
The less lethal team fires into the crowd for a 3rd time. Three minutes later, at 1:21 p.m., the first explosive munition of the day is discharged. The demonstrators at the West Plaza of the Capitol will be hit by an unrelenting barrage of grenades, incendiaries, rubber bullets, and gas for the next hour.
Hey! Hey! Fire! Hey, you fire! Hey, you good? You good? Hey, fire! That was fire!
We got another individual down. People are going CPR. DC-5 response to this right here.
At 1:28 p.m., a man has collapsed on the West Plaza and is attended to by people in the crowd.
They can't get anybody in here, and the cops are throwing flashbangs into the crowd.
He is unresponsive for several minutes. Fearing the risk of trampling, they carry him to a different location where they continue to try to resuscitate him.
He's having a heart attack. He's been on the ground for 6 minutes. They carried him. They've been doing CPR. I think that man probably died. I hope they saved his life.
Kevin Greason leaves behind a wife and 5 children. Around 1:30 p.m., on the southwest side of the plaza, officers push the crowd back and are able to establish a police line again. The police will hold this line for about an hour. Just inside the Capitol, Representative Zoe Lofgren, Democrat from California, is responding to the challenge of the electoral count.
The votes are simply to be counted as certified and transmitted by the states.
At 1:32 p.m., an officer laments that chucking grenades into the crowd is just going to make things worse.
It's just going to make it worse. Hey, stop. Hold fire. Hold fire. Hey, hold fire. Hold fire. Jimmy, hold fire.
Moments later, the same officer seems to have changed his mind and is actively searching for munitions to discharge in the crowd.
I'm coming out with smoke. That's a burner, by the way.
A burner, or hot burning smoke grenade, can get extremely hot and become a fire risk.
They come back with it? Do they throw it back? Right there. Okay.
The smoke grenade is tossed back behind the police line by someone in the crowd.
You what? Eric, do we have any scat rounds?
Officer Thao goes back for more rounds. This time it's a CS gas canister.
I need triple chasers.
A triple chaser consists of 3 separate canisters pressed together with separating charges between each. When deployed,
hold on real quick.
The canisters separate and land approximately 20 feet apart, allowing increased area coverage. After not receiving approval to use the triple chaser, Officer Thao appears to be reprimanded by another officer for his use of smoke moments earlier.
I got a triple chaser on there. Yeah. I know, but this is triple chaser. Bruh. I know, but this splits it. I mean, we got better.
Another captain tells Officer Thao to hold on discharging CS gas into the crowd.
Take a step back. Take a step back.
At around this same time, Ray Epps is once again caught from multiple cameras being at the front line of the demonstrators near police barricades. No other person has been seen at this many flashpoints, this many times. He walks freely up and down the police barricades multiple times, communicating with other demonstrators in a similar fashion to when we saw him whisper in Ryan Samsel's ear earlier, before the first breach. At 1:38 p.m., Donald Trump sends his first tweet after walking off the stage 24 minutes earlier. It reads, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." Around 1:40 p.m., Ray Epps is one of the members of the crowd who helps lift up a large Trump sign and push it into the line of police officers on the West Plaza of the Capitol. At 1:41 p.m., body cam footage from Officer Anthony Alioto records a discussion about the dangers of using CS gas in their situation.
You what?
The officer petitions not to have Robert Glover, the on-scene commander, authorize use of CS gas in the area.
But what I'm saying is, do not let Glover authorize CS. It'll just come out.
8 minutes later, at 1:49 p.m., a riot is officially declared at the U.S. Capitol.
Going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
The fears of Officer Alioto are soon realized when at 1:50 p.m. officers use CS gas on the northwest side of the plaza and effectively gas themselves with aid from the wind. You can see multiple officers struggling from the effects of the CS gas.
Tina, be careful. It's blowing right back.
I know.
So when you do,
It's in my eye. You okay?
Yeah.
Don't rub it. You know that.
Over on the east side of the Capitol, the gates have successfully held the crowd back for over an hour from when the west side was first breached. At 1:59 p.m., that all changes. The demonstrators overpower the police and begin to make their way toward the east steps.
Police are squabbling with protesters. Oh, there we go. And they just breached the Capitol again.
Back on the northwest side of the Capitol, a man named Derek Vargo is ascending to the west terrace on the outside railing of the stairway. He is sprayed in the eyes with an inflammatory agent. Vargo reacts by heading back down the way he came when he is shoved off the wall by Officer Bryant Williams, leading to a 25-foot drop. Some will call this an attempted murder. Vargo is carried away on a makeshift stretcher by officers and bystanders. Vargo suffered a fractured ankle and extensive mid-foot injuries that would require surgeries to repair. He lives with constant foot pain, pain in the middle of his spine, and suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder that causes him flashbacks and nightmares of being pushed off the railing. At 2:03 p.m., the first dispersal order is heard coming from a mobile LRAD, or long-range acoustic device.
Official code 22-1307. All people must leave.
DC law requires police to give 3 separate warnings with the LRAD system and an opportunity to disperse before using violence or munitions to clear a protest crowd. At 2:06 p.m., police retreat up the east steps of the Capitol. Demonstrators soon follow and ascend the steps. We hear the LRAD again at 2:07 p.m.
Failure to comply with this order may subject you to arrest.
It's unlikely that demonstrators heard either of these warnings given the situation on the plaza, which calls into question the earlier stated DC law that requires these announcements to be clearly audible and to provide participants reasonable and adequate time to disperse. Back on the east side of the Capitol at 2:09 p.m., Hunter Emke is seen kicking in and punching multiple windows. He is quickly tackled and detained by police. At 2:10 p.m., demonstrators reach the West Terrace and push through police barricades. They will quickly move to what will become the first points of entry to the interior of the Capitol. A man throws a 2x4 through a glass pane, the first such broken window on the west side of the Capitol. Shortly thereafter, Dominic Pizzola pushes the window in using a police riot shield. Protesters will soon enter the building through these breach points. At 2:12, Ray Epps sends a text message to his nephew, telling him that he orchestrated the protest at the Capitol and that he helped get people there. The video evidence we have seen thus far would back up his claim. At 2:13 p.m., President Trump tweets, "I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you."
Hey, Frank, you got anything else?
Back on the West Plaza of the Capitol, Officer Thao receives a Stinger 40mm 60 caliber rubber balls round and rushes to fire it into the crowd. This crowd management round contains approximately 18 rubber balls.
Hey, I need a round. You have CS?
30 seconds later, he's given a baton round, a round that contains 3 40mm rubber projectiles. He again heads over to the police line to fire it into the crowd. At 2:18 p.m., after a few minutes of confusion inside the room, the House calls a recess during its debate over an objection to the electoral votes from Arizona.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
At 2:16 p.m., the parliamentarian doors are opened from the inside, providing another access point for demonstrators to enter the building. Down on the West Plaza, Officer Thao refers to police activity as, quote, shooting zombies.
We're just shooting zombies, man. Hey, we're shooting zombies. That's it. They took me inside? They're inside. Okay, well, we need to get those out of here. All right, we're completely surrounded.
At 2:18 p.m., after a few minutes of confusion inside the room, the House calls a recess during its debate over an objection to the electoral votes from Arizona.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
At 2:18 p.m., police body cam picks up a tense conversation among officers, where one officer admits that they're hitting innocent people.
Nothing's going to help. The wind is at us. I know. Right. The wind's at us. So we get hit with a lot of pain compliance when you hit innocent people. And not only that, we're taking out one and 10 of them are getting angrier. We're multiplying them by hitting them.
At 2:24 p.m., John Earl Sullivan is recording as he is one of the first of the demonstrators to enter the Capitol Rotunda.
2021, y'all. This is insanity. Holy shit. What is this? What is life?
At the same time, a few blocks away, MPD officers are discussing new plans to enter the Capitol to support U.S. Capitol Police.
They're going to burn that building down. That's fine. We'll figure it out. All right. They better reach out to the military right now is what they better do. Get the National Guard suited up, get them down here.
You know, we're suiting up, we're going in.
We are?
Yes.
When?
Damn.
Right
Did you hear that?
Still at 2:24 p.m., Mike Pence is moved from the Senate chamber to his office across the hall. The Senate remains in session as Senator for Kentucky Mitch McConnell speaks on the floor. Also, at 2:24 p.m., President Trump tweets, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. This would be a significant tweet to the January 6th committee, for they claim that it was the motivation for a surge into the Capitol complex.
Our investigation found that immediately after the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged.
What the January 6th committee failed to mention was that it was officers misusing munitions and CS gas at that same time that led to a surge.
Hey, Rich. Put it up the scaffolding.
DC MPD Officer Cowlery, at the urging of Officer Thau, misfires a CS gas canister that eventually forces police to fall back and lose their position.
All right, before this, I don't have my gun. Let's go.
As officers on the West Plaza, unequipped with gas masks, struggle breathing, the plume of CS gas can be seen from the overhead camera on the lower right corner of your screen. It blows over the entire area of the West Plaza that the police had secured for nearly an hour. Within 3 minutes of the officer's CS gas misfire, the police line on the West Plaza entirely collapses. Back on the east side at 2:24 p.m., demonstrators are able to force open doors from the inside. These are the Columbus doors, which lead a short way to the rotunda of the Capitol. Back outside on the West Plaza, an elderly woman is violently pushed by police down a set of concrete stairs 3 times, which incites the crowd around her.
Did you hear that? We're trying to make it to the Botanical Gardens. We're going in. All right. We down in long guns? What do we? Yes. Straight up. Any munitions you have, CDU.
At 2:28 p.m., in an interesting exchange, a press photographer on scene at the east entrance of the Capitol taps a demonstrator on his hip and shoulder to move him out of the way so he can presumably get a better shot of the action. Back out on the south side of the West Plaza, a demonstrator is taken down by 6 police officers. He receives multiple punches while in a face-down, prone position. At 2:30 p.m., a security camera at the crypt lobby shows demonstrators gaining access to the Capitol via overhead lift doors. At this same time, the House is called into final recess.
Without objection, the House is going to go back into recess.
At 2:31 p.m., Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser orders a curfew from 6 p.m. that evening to 6 a.m. the following morning. At 2:33 p.m., a frustrated police officer can be heard venting about being, in his words, set up.
They set us up. That's what they did. They set us up. They set up 64. Oh, absolutely. And then they asked y'all to come 2 hours later. They set us up. They needed everybody right away. Nah, right away. They set us up. So now we ain't got. We ain't got no mother. They set us up. Take this one.
I'm gonna be as real as we can be. We are going to get overrun on the steps of the Capitol right now. We're getting hammered, okay? If you guys go down there, the pan compliance is working very minimally. There's 10,000 to 1. We're gonna lose the steps, and we're getting people hurt like a mother.
Demonstrators are seen entering from the west side of the Capitol, while police officers watch them walk through the doors. Just feet away at 2:35 p.m., minutes after losing the West Plaza, Officer Alioto throws a gas canister from the West Terrace into the crowd that has amassed on the West Plaza. This, along with other gas canisters sent into the crowds, gets thrown back at the officers. Most of these officers still do not have gas masks. At the same time on the West Terrace, officers are repeating the same mistakes they made one level lower on the West Plaza. An errant CS gas round is again fired into their held position on the West Terrace. The spreading gas will eventually effectuate a retreat back into the Capitol through a narrow tunnel. This mistake would prove to be incredibly significant for the events that are yet to come. The retreat into the Capitol through the West Terrace tunnel would create the conditions for the next standoff between demonstrators and police that would take place over the following hours. Instead of showing force outside of the tunnel, the police make the questionable decision of barricading themselves behind locked double doors, giving up the tactical position, and retreating to a defensive posture. At 2:39 p.m., Metropolitan Police Department reinforcements arrive at the Capitol, entering through the east carriage door. At the same time, police officers discuss being unprepared for what they encountered.
I didn't know we were coming up for this. I would have made sure we all had our masks.
I didn't realize how bad. They set us up to fail.
They did.
There was no way we were winning that. And now you got at least 4 platoons that are just gassed out.
Yeah, literally.
Because us, 54 doesn't have masks.
Yeah. Well, remember, we're supposed to be rapid response just to buy time for the hard platoons to come.
They didn't come. They didn't ask for them.
Who cares about the street? Like, prioritize.
Yes, secure the Capitol.
At 2:42 p.m., journalist Taylor Hansen is walking behind Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran from California, as she turns a corner and approaches the speaker's lobby, guarded by 3 police officers. MPD officer Luke Foskett approaches a window and looks out upon the crowd on the western side of the Capitol building.
You're live, right? Yeah.
Moments later, members of the House seek shelter in the gallery while officers barricade entry into the chamber. It is at this moment that the only firearm to be discharged inside the Capitol that day can be loudly heard. The story of that gunshot is quite possibly the most tragic story of that day.
There's a gun! There's a gun! Hey, he's got a gun! He's got
The shot heard was a single round fired by Lieutenant Michael Byrd. It strikes Ashley Babbitt in the neck, and she falls back into the upper landing of the stairwell.
Shots fired!
They just killed the girl! They just f***ing shot to go right in the
She's done. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead. I caught her up.
One shot in the Capitol. Report of a shooting in the Capitol. Trying to ascertain information now.
At 2:46 p.m., approximately the same time as Ashley Babbitt is shot by Capitol Police Officer Byrd, a series of smoke and signal flares are activated at various locations around the Capitol.
There's some kind of a flare in the sky there.
As the smoke clears, we again spot Ray Epps leaving the area and flanked by several individuals before leaving the Capitol grounds for the day. Meanwhile, demonstrators continue to enter the Capitol building. The first demonstrator enters the Senate chamber.
Unit 7, we got protesters that are outside of the Senate chamber.
Over the course of the next 30 minutes, the Senate chamber will become a significant location of the day, along with the Capitol Rotunda, the Capitol corridors, and the West Terrace Tunnel. Prior to this point in the day, many demonstrators were free to roam the hallways and chambers of the building, meeting little resistance from Capitol Police.
The police here are willing to work with us and cooperate peacefully, like our First Amendment allows. Gather more Americans under the condition that they will come and gather peacefully to discuss what needs to be done to save our country.
Capitol Police Officer Robichaud asks a small group of demonstrators to remain peaceful.
Show us no attacking, no assault, remain calm.
We're not going to assault, we're going to be heard. Everybody, this must be peaceful.
This has to be peaceful. We have the right to peacefully assemble.
Robichaud then proceeds to escort at least one demonstrator, Jacob Chansley, throughout various locations in the Capitol. At 2:46 p.m., additional demonstrators continue to enter the Senate chamber. Security footage shows no Capitol Police presence in the Senate chamber at this time. At this point in the day, many of the demonstrators on the outside have no idea the Capitol has even been breached. Let's go back to the multi-view to see what's going on around the Capitol grounds. On the southeast side, a group of MPD officers arrive to assist Capitol Police with clearing out the inside of the Capitol.
122 Brown, we're sending MPD through the south door of the Capitol. There's about 25 units in hard gear.
Back on the West Plaza, an enormous American flag has been draped over the scaffolding. On the east side of the Capitol, demonstrators have overtaken the stairs and continue to gather on the lawn. Back in the Rotunda at 2:48 p.m., we see demonstrators peacefully roaming around and taking photographs. The only law enforcement officers visible are standing in the doorway. As demonstrators continue to roam the hallways, one officer has a concerning realization.
equal rights of the Senate floor. They just don't realize it.
Back at the West Terrace Tunnel, a demonstrator activates a fire extinguisher into the tunnel towards dozens of law enforcement officers.
Motor 13, we need munitions and 50 officers on the rotunda steps, at the top of the steps. We need munitions to clear these steps.
You want to push forward?
Pushing back? Yeah, no, right now, no. Wait, because we got to get numbers.
Yeah.
I'm seeing stars right now.
Inside the Senate chamber,
And shout out to my man Fox Chase said the fact that it was all set up by the feds and bombs placed by feds led to an unjust shot fired. Bro, the guy wasn't even police. He wasn't even police. That's what kills me, how people are actually trying to like justify it.
demonstrators are rummaging through desks looking for intel.
This is objection to the Arizona.
This is objection. He was going to sell us out all along. Look, objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona.
Wait, no, that's
actually okay. All right.
He's with us. He's with us.
The standoff back at the West Terrace Tunnel continues, with more demonstrators arriving on the outside and more officers arriving on the inside.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Damn it, back the up! Interlock those shields! Interlock the shields! Lock them together! Lock them together! Do you know how to lock them together? Here, like this.
There's got to be something in here we can use against these scumbags.
We're acting a fool, man!
America's a republic. Oh no, this is good stuff.
Hey! We're acting a fool!
No, this is good. This is all good. This is wrong. He's a good one. Him and Wall or whatever.
Well, Cruz, I think Cruz would want us to do this, so
yeah, absolutely.
I think we're good.
Get it, put it over there. We're going to come through this way, then you lock yours in to close this off. You get your arms through these shields. You know how to put your arms. Do we have a hard platoon guy here? You. Show them how to lock the shields together and hold the shields. Hey, hold it! Hold it, baby! It's the only way we're going to hold this door.
At 2:55 p.m., law enforcement begins to move demonstrators out of the Capitol from various locations.
We are Americans. I pray for every one of you, for your safety.
You need to give up communism is what you need to do. You need to give up communism to protect these people. We're patriots.
How much it costs for you to betray your duty and your people?
But they continue to struggle to control the Rotunda and West Plaza Tunnel.
These are 1776. We're hey, don't put your hands on me, mother. Let's go.
Hold on real quick.
We're patriots. Go in Nancy's office.
Richard Barnett, the demonstrator who posed for this photo in House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, attempts to persuade an officer to let him back in to retrieve his flag.
418 Frankfurt, informational. I have a group of about 20 to 30 officers that are cordoned off on the south side of the Rotunda stairs. We're just going to hold the line over here so we get some kind of control of this crowd. There's no enforcement we can take at this time.
Fucking hey, man. Glad to see you guys. You guys are fucking patriots. Look at this guy. He's got covered in blood. God bless you. You good, sir? Do you need medical attention?
I'm good, thank you.
All right.
Jacob Chansley takes a seat at the Senate dais. He decides to leave a note for Vice President Pence.
Now that you've done that, can I get you guys to walk out of this room, please?
Yeah.
There's 4 million people coming in, so a lot of control. We love you guys. We love the cops.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
All right.
Let's all say a prayer and let's say good speech.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for gracing us with this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Heavenly Father.
Amen.
Yes, sir. I have 75 people inside the Senate chambers, just for information. They are going through desks and on top of podium.
Back at the rotunda, dozens of MPD officers prepare to clear out all of the demonstrators.
Hold the door. They told us to push that way. No. Hold the door.
We're not with Capitol. DC, we're holding on.
All right, 401, just advise the units outside the west side of the door. We've got CDU hard squad sending all these individuals out of the rotunda.
I'll take it. Come on. Get ready. You good? Got the police. Let's go. Push. All right. Push them out. Move. You leave. This is our house. This is your job. This ain't your house.
105, I'm currently at the main door to the Senate chambers.
Sorry, up here to die.
Let's go.
Thank you.
God bless the men and women in Italy. God bless you guys. We love you. You're on your side.
Come on, let's go.
Thank you, officer.
Hey, shout out to my man Strict 99. He says, what's the difference between a conspiracy theory and facts? Well, yep, he's at about 6 months. Hey, and shout out. Oops, sorry if it's a little loud on that one, but you're not wrong. He said, give it about 6 months and yeah, we'll find out the truth. It'll come to light.
God bless you guys. Thank you for your patience. We really appreciate it.
Hey, appreciate the support, man.
Not as glorious in person, is it? Not as glorious. It smells like an old church. Thank you guys.
Back at the scuffle at the West Terrace Tunnel, the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Leading up to the tunnel are a series of steps that demonstrators are having trouble navigating. It is a very tense and dangerous situation in this area. For over an hour, the police have been inside the building, behind the inner doors, while demonstrators have occupied the tunnel.
John is advising they need additional assets.
At 3:19 p.m., the police successfully expelled the demonstrators from the tunnel. During the skirmish, a U.S. Capitol police officer is dragged into the crowd of demonstrators.
Let him through. Which way do you want to go? Which way do you want to go? Go back inside. You want to go back inside? Back way! Back way!
Don't hurt him. Hold. Good guy. Good guy. Lift him up. Lift him up. We let you go. Come on. Come on. Come on.
He is later returned to the police line and heads back to safety inside the tunnel. The demonstrators manage to hold their ground and begin to push the police back into the tunnel. This sets the stage for the final tragic conflict. Demonstrators and police are engaged in physical altercations. Sprayed chemical agents are lingering in the narrow hallway.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us.
At 4:17 p.m., President Trump posts a 1-minute video to his Twitter account, urging demonstrators to stay peaceful and go home.
We have to have peace. We have to have law and order.
Twitter quickly attached a warning label on the video, which read, "This claim of election fraud is disputed, and this tweet can't be replied to, retweeted, or liked due to a risk of violence."
Wow, it's not even talking about election fraud. He's just pretty much telling them to go home.
This limited the reach of the message. Minutes later, Twitter would remove the entire video message from its platform.
I know how you feel, but go home and go home in peace.
As the demonstrators are pushed back by police, they fall on top of each other. Some are pressed against the ground, unable to move. A woman named Roseanne Boyland, a Trump supporter from Georgia, finds herself pinned under the deluge of bodies. The situation is critical.
Collapsed inside that corridor from asphyxiation. She couldn't breathe. Brought her out onto the main steps outside of that. Several people started doing CPR on her.
She's done.
I tried to get her carotid pulse for several minutes, and even I cut part of her jeans away so that I could try to feel her femoral pulse, and I couldn't feel a femoral pulse at all. By the time that they decided to pick the person up and give them to the police officer, she had blue lips and blood was coming out of her nose.
Wherever DC fire needs to go for that CPR that's going on.
Didn't seem hopeful at all. I don't think that person will be revived.
Officers transport Boyland inside the tunnel and begin CPR.
Could you please send the ambulance that is coming for the code down at Lower West Terrace to the house door for entry?
Yeah. She got stuck under there. She fell down and
trampled?
Yeah.
Boyland is transported inside for one last revival attempt.
Is that one of ours or is that a protester? Huh? Is that one of ours or is that a protester? Protest.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
City U70, they're destroying the media equipment over here in the Senate A. Copy. Protesters are destroying media equipment at the Senate A.
At 5 p.m., as the citywide 6 p.m. curfew looms, police are making progress securing the Capitol, and a steady stream of demonstrators leave the Capitol grounds.
Oh, hold on.
At 5:10 p.m., police use tear gas to drive the remaining demonstrators from the Capitol's upper levels. Over the PA system, an announcement is made that all individuals are required to leave Capitol Hill or be subject to arrest. At 5:40 p.m., National Guard troops begin to arrive at the Capitol to secure the premises. 1 minute after the curfew goes into effect, Donald Trump sends out a final message to his supporters that day. At 8 p.m., the Capitol is declared secure.
Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol.
Shortly after, at 8:06 p.m., the Senate resumes debate over the certification of Arizona's vote in the Senate chamber. The House would reconvene about an hour later. The election results will be certified. And 14 days later, Joe Biden will walk down the same tunnel and stairs where the police and demonstrators fought for hours, and where Roseanne Boyland took her last breath to be inaugurated as the 46th President of the United States. January 6th, 2021. A day of hope and patriotism that turned into a day of chaos and tragedy. For the past 3 years, the shadow of January 6th looms large in our politics, in our culture, and in our national conversation. Are we any closer to understanding the events of that day? Are we still in the timeline of January 6th?
And all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and close it down on that note.